That should fire up. Oh, good. Need a gazebo. Wait, it looked like changes saved afterwards. I hope that actually goes to YouTube. All right, so there's YouTube. Now we need to auto find. And now you guys are in chat with everybody else. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. It mildly hurts as someone used to watch Twitch and people not changing cards reasonably frequently. What do you mean changing cards? Okay, there we go. In the history of my watching Twitch, every single streamer that I've ever watched has a splash screen up that says starting soon, where they hang out with everybody and they talk about random stuff. And then for some reason, if you do that, everyone shows up on your stream and has absolutely no idea why you have declared that the stream will start soon if you're streaming at the time, without any sort of a fleeting thought towards the organization of how streaming is, like how it works, how you do something like this. Because if I start up and go, hey, this is what I'm working on, and then I just start getting into it and working, I get 10,000 questions about what I'm doing. This way, I can reasonably expect a bunch of people to show up and know what the hell's going on. Ouch. That was bright. Why doesn't that stay furled? So I got these things in the mail too. These big, chunky faders. I got two different values of it because I don't know which one it is, but at some point we're gonna have to crack open my amplifier, the one that I use every day, that I've used every day since 2020. I'm gonna have to crack it open and put in new potentiometers, rather. This is not a fader. But anyway, new potentiometers, and then bend the ground pin so it doesn't cause humming on the line. I wish I had known that that was a manufacturer defect, because I could have gone to shit and gotten their update on the tube amp. They have a version 3 of it. I got version 2. Version 3 is like real fancy. They've done some stuff to let the vacuum tubes get a little bit more air so their heaters don't heat up the entire thing and make it like hot to the touch. Yeah. Turns out my warranty is expiring like today. It's like exactly the amount of time. I don't think I'll be using this thing though. This is for burn the subs testing, so put that upstairs. I'm not sure if we're gonna use a breadboard with this thing. Probably will end up doing that, but most of it is CAN bus thing talks to CAN bus thing talks to microcontroller. We'll have to figure out how people are getting power too. I think this has a regulator on it. I'll have to look up these boards. They're fairly common CAN bus boards. What is J1? Wait a minute. I see, as per usual with this stream, I haven't looked up anything. This is me just going into it from nothing. So high and low CAN. Power maybe? It probably should have like 1 or 2 more pins. One thing I've got to do is figure out where I'm going to get wire for this. Like, what is the CAN bus plug? What is the CAN bus wire that I'm going to use? And if we're doing high speeds, it's probably going to need to be a twisted pair. In which case, I don't want to buy a bunch of USB-C plugs. That's too much. Anything that has properly shielded twisted pairs is going to be... It's going to have, like, many of them. I have seen in industrial controls, they've used Ethernet plugs, but those plugs are expensive. They're big. They're big and expensive. So then what? What other types of wire are there? I mean, yeah, you can like buy new wire, but I mean, why not just use something else? Cut it apart. Cat 6, but it's solid core. That, well, I mean, if I use something like Cat 6, that means I could probably do power as well on the line. Would it be enough that the wire would heat up when the seat's moving? Probably. The seat had big multiple power input wires, because that thing will draw up to like, I think an amp at 12 volts, 2 amps at 12 volts. It was like two-ish amps at 12 volts. So that might not be appropriate. I don't know. I've certainly got like wire and cable that'll be able to handle the amount of current that thing does. Individual wires, but in order to get in order to get speed out of the CAN bus, just check like what are other people doing? That's part of research, is looking at what other people are doing. This content is no longer available. Oh my god. Wait, what is all this crap? Oh, this is just eBay results in another window. I restored all the windows, but Stream Computer's been like chugging away for a month without a restart. So these are all like ancient. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't know what that was, and it scares me. Oh, this is open force feedback. Yeah, okay. CAN bus cable. Mine got knocked out. Wait, not sure if it could handle an app. Power over Ethernet. Power over Ethernet relies on bumping up the voltage too. We all have some melty insulation. That's the other thing, is that cat cables have absolute shit insulation on them. If they get slightly warm, it'll melt. As somebody who has had to solder hundreds of cat cables to things, it was an absolute beast of an experience that I don't wish on my worst enemies. I just got a crop top cobbled together yesterday. Hope it handles stress test. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Well, you're good to stress test it ahead of it being stressed. Cat 6 is rated for 2 amps at 48 volt PoE. Yeah, but if you bump that down to 12 volts, it's not going to be able to handle... Well, it'll be able to handle more amps. So yeah, maybe that is good. Duh. Okay. I can't wait to not be on... I can't believe you're on phone. Like, the thing is, if it can handle 2 amps versus if what the seat draws as like an inrush current when it starts trying to move stuff. We'll be able to get a better impression of that as I get more parts. I bought the entire, because of the state of the seat, I bought from eBay the plug that it plugs into. And it's just this big ass plug with a lever on it. It has the airbag pins. It has the CAN bus pins. It has the big 12 volt power pins on it. So we'll be able to hook up the thing wholesale just from that plug-in pigtail cable that I'm getting. That's just perfect for this project. That's why these seats are awesome for like simulator stuff, because you get this like really like strong seat that doesn't break apart easily. It's slightly cupped and bolstered like a vehicle seat, because technically in a vehicle you will see some lateral G's or you know, G's to the side. I don't know. Lateral is front back. What is the transverse? Transverse G's? G's from the transverse. But yeah, so you'll see some transverse G's, and so it's got a slightly little bit of cupping on the side to keep you from flying around. Whereas the typical simulator setup is like, here's a racing seat that is supposed to go in a race car, but it wasn't safe enough, so we make desk chairs out of them. Those are like super duper cupped, and you're like being hugged in the seat. That's not great for you know, your little dinky little desk setup where you're driving a car. Anyway, in a while, I'm not saying that this build is going to be quick. When we get reasonably enough the driving stuff set up on this setup, I would love, and if hopefully by the time achievements are implemented, we can set up the My Winter car in a high mileage scenario and do a long car drive. We're hopefully doing CAN bus today, but we're more setting up my CAN bus setup. CAN bus cables must adhere to the ISO 11898 standard, which specifies the requirement for data rates, cable lengths, and electrical characteristics. Oh. This is like a CAD tool for doing... That's not what I'm looking for. Get me away from this. I want that achievement to be in the game. They didn't put in achievements. My winter car released yesterday. and a bunch of streamers were streaming it. What I did is I opened up my winter car. I said, all right, this is very similar to my summer car. Let's find out. And so I ran off. I just ran out into the wilderness, and I found one of the shit wells, and I lifted the shit well, and I jumped in, closing it over my head, and died. And I was hoping that there were achievements, and I wanted that to be the first thing. Oh Bother buys my winter car. Oh Bother puts my winter car into library. Oh Bother has died drowning in shit. I wanted that progression in the course of 5 minutes, but no, there are no achievements in the game yet. The second thing that I did in my 30 minutes of total playtime was just to haul ass out on the frozen lake. I just went straight out on that frozen lake, and I was mentioning it in Flatulent Gonad's stream yesterday, and every time you say lake, old Greg pops up from, it's like a jump scare. But anyway, I went straight out in the lake. I found the lake house. I got the little lamp because I thought that might help warm you a little bit. It doesn't. And then I went straight to the old house, the house that from the beginning of my summer car, which you could do. You can do without wearing a jacket. I didn't even know there was a jacket in the game. I just ran out into the wilderness, and I managed to get home within 30 minutes. It was a lot of walking with just snow, and I was hoping that I would die of something and that I would get an achievement, but that was when Fatanon finally said, no, there's no achievements in the game, and I was like, ah, crestfallen. Alpha Cool CAN bus. That does not look like it's up to standard. That looks like a dinky little hobby cable. CAN bus cable, $238. Yeah, we will not be purchasing it. I just want to see what it is. That you don't get any other information. That's fun. Maybe images? 3DO CAN bus cable. They're not twisting the pairs? Wait. Oh my god, this is like dirty jungle. Dirty, dirty. Graphene. Filling. Graphene. Earth wire. I don't think they're twisting their pairs, guys. It's for drowning in shit is for personal satisfaction. Yeah, clip to that guy in a septic tank. Ugh. I remember that video. I don't think I'm going to be able to. I don't think I can unremember that video. Don't look that guy. Ugh. It's fun that mechanic is still in the game though. But graphene, it's the material of the future. This is filthy, filthy jungle. Filthy. Yeah, this is all like professional stuff because they actually in like industrial robotics they use CAN bus. So I could probably find myself CAN bus cable. It might be in industrial pricing, which is a nightmare. That's like an armored CAN bus cable. Designers of websites, I like to zoom in on stuff to get a closer look at it. When your image, when I click, is no larger than your original image posted on the thing, it is disheartening. That's the same pic, it's the same size. And then I have these things where if I zoom in, they start to like push themselves into my field of view. What kind of robot are you trying to drive? Am I the robot? Is that what's going on? CAN bus cable specification. The Reddit PLC section. Oh boy. Saying the differential signals resilient to EMI is like saying a nylon jacket is water. Oh, shut the fuck up. CAN transceivers can tolerate a common mode voltage shift from range of -2 to 7 volts. It's a lot compared to SPI, ITC, UART, Spectrum. Thank you, master of annoyingly pedantic and unnecessary details. I love Reddit. I used an armored 4 cable twisted pair for my printer's CAN bus. Armored 4. The CAN bus on my printer is just wires. It's just a couple wires because it doesn't have to go any significant distance and it's probably not all that fast. Actually, wait, did I just use a USB wire? That might have been what I used, is just USB. USB is usually pretty good at, they're just not twisting the pairs in most of them. You might be able to find a twisted pair USB wire, which if I could, I'd buy a bunch of it, but it would be nice to buy like a whole reel of it. But yeah, the only thing I'm talking about this for is just so that if I do need to access those high-speed CAN bus things, it needs to have that, you know, twisted pair differential thing going on for it. In which case, maybe I just cut up a bunch of cat cables to do. Can't remember what I searched, but I use a bunch of these CAN bus for networking on my RC. Take a look. Take a look, take a look, take a look. Bonk. I'm liking this a lot more than the Dirty Jungle. That's too many. There we go. Oh, that's really cool. Yes, I would love to find something like that. Oh, that connector, huh? Huh. Yeah, that would be particularly useful. There's probably a... I mean, I would love to use DIN cables, but maybe there's a DIN... Although I could just double up the DIN... Or no, D-sub. Like this. If they had one that was 2 pins and two big pins and then 2 little pins. Actually 3. It needs to be 3, right? Unless you use the case for grounding. I found some fun reels of wire at a construction junction. Oh, at Construction Junction. That place rules. Interesting. Interesting. You can also 3D print these to take the pins and everything, the big pins. This is what I use for the steering wheel connector, by the way. I have a 3-pin version of this, and then I've got the little complicated connector that does all the digital stuff. No twisted pair because of the high electron flow. High speed's going to break down the signal. That's not really how that works. Like, how much is that one going to cost? I got some of those. They seem pretty cool. They seem pretty expensive. That's not so... Wait. Promotional price. What does that mean? Where are we? We're in Newark. You gonna sell me these for 10 of these for 47 cents? I need like 50. But the Moog Smart Motors use them. I'm glad they're getting more popular because they are like a good, you know, strong armored kind of cable for something industrial. I had to take a 240 power cable off RF coax because my team members couldn't get an ARC. A 240 volt power cable off RF coax. Why was it RF coax? Wait, I don't understand what you're I'm confused by the terminology that's being peppered into the sentence. I don't get it. So, all right, maybe that's an option if I want a connector for the CAN bus, but I don't know if I have wire that's going to do the right stuff. And it, you know, preferably would have a twisted pair, as differentials like to have that because the differential between the two and blah, 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 blah. I mean, I've heard some crazy stuff in industry along the way, things people believe works. Like, for instance, these guys who, when I was in an architectural engineering job, they came in, gave us free lunch, we got hoagies, and they gave us a presentation about the products they had, and some of the products were like server equipment, right? These guys said, and I don't believe this at all, that all of those super organized RF setups, and remember, this is misinformation, because of the RF cables in parallel, that they would develop capacitance between the cables. I'm like, bro, this is like a bundle of twisted pairs, like, you're not that in parallel. He's like, we found it to be faster if we just had a big mess in the thing. Crazy. The main power line for the machine was under an RF generating cable. We were trying to hit 2 kilohertz and then we get like 15 to 17. Okay, so yeah, having something that's generating a shitload of RF It's not very good for your signals, especially considering that it might be fast enough to, you know, not get filtered out by differential. It's what I used on my printer. Highlight. I hate that I have to highlight in order to open links. I think that's one of the settings in Social Stream Ninja that I decided I shouldn't have. Can't have nice things. Oh, that's a crazy connector. Industrial and waterproof, in case you have to do a spit take anywhere near your printer. Good price though. If I were to use a plug similar to that, I think I would go with the what the hell is that plug called? It's like a camera plug. It's a really nice industrial plug. I got a couple of them sitting in a drawer. For this thing though, I need a bunch of connectors. Like I'm not going to be. I need like a bushel of connectors in order to interconnect everybody on this. So all solder leads. Yeah, that's nice. Nice when you don't have to have a crimp in there. The one that I use on the steering wheel, the connector for it, is one of these psychotic industrial cable connectors where all you do is just kind of plug it in and a little collar goes click and then it clicks it into place. I found a rebuild kit for that was like, I forget, it was like 20 bucks. It was unfathomable that it would be that cheap. And so I was able to use the Mitsubishi Mel Servo connector on the current setup. I don't really want to double dip with connectors though. I've got a D-sub with the big power guys going to the wheel motor itself. And then I don't know what everybody else is what flavor everybody else is gonna have. Are you planning to solder a crimp? I heard that a crimp connector are more durable to motion, but tools for precise crimping tend to be expensive. So if you buy the exact crimper for the exact crimp, yes, they're super duper expensive. Crimped connectors over soldered connectors in industrial and automotive applications, typically the plug that you are soldering or crimping, I prefer crimping because you really don't see soldered connections in cars until you get down to the circuit board itself. And even then, modern cars, that's not soldered. Why is that not a soldered connection? They decided to expand the pins out instead of soldering it. That's not soldered. Anyway, so the thing about solder and wire in cars is that if you try to install something into your car and you use something, you cut a wire, you strip it, solder it. That solder is not going to flex. The wire in your car is going to be seeing all the G-forces and the engine rumble and all that stuff in your car. So even microscopically, that wire is going to be in movement. And if the wire's in movement and there's something solid that's not the jacket of the wire, it will eventually break. And this is exactly what happened to my 3D printer. I've seen it happen to wires before. Very frustrating to troubleshoot. What you do is you put a big thing of shrink wrap around it, and that can sometimes act as the jacket for the wire. But most preferably in an automotive application with the range of temperatures and the range of environments that they see, crimping a connector is always better because that crimp will also have a piece that holds onto the jacket of the wire. The plugs we were just looking at are fine to solder because they have a thing at the end of it that'll hold on to the jacket of the wire. So as long as you have that thing that's holding onto the jacket of the wire, that's your solid piece. Then the wire's bending with its jacket, and the jacket keeps it from bending at a hard angle. So, Incredimike subbed at tier 1 for 16 months. Incredimike, thank you very much. I really appreciate you guys subbing. It's nice, especially after a little bit of a break. Breaks always like ramp up my anxiety, which is why this drum and bass mix is like perfect for right now. A Bridgewater also subbed for 64 months. Yes, a nice round number. That is a divisible number. Thank you for the divisible number. My ABS brake system always breaks on the solder joints. It's broken now. I have to pull it and solder again. Ugh, that's horrifying. The thing about that kind of a brake is that it'll intermittently connect. And so you'll open up the lid and it'll flex to the point of connecting. You're like, oh, okay, it works. And you close the lid and that'll push it and that'll disconnect it. And you'll be like, well, it's broken now. Like, say what? I tried to tell my friends this. It sucked to say it. Tiny meow. Why do these cars need to move so much? Yeah, I know. No matter how many zip ties you're putting on that wire, it's still like under a microscope, it's going to be flexing. And, you know, they're not using the most expensive wire on the market to make these things, so. Do you have a ghost or is it windy outside? Your back window keeps moving. This is the wind. It's windy today. We've got tons of wind because the temperature's swinging all over the place. And I had to crack the window because I was sweating. And if you guys have ever played My Winter Car, you'll know sweat's dangerous. I saw a video of automotive ultrasonic wire fusion for multi-core wires. What? That's crazy. The $5,000 lead crimper. Those things are crazy. A universal crimper is fine for building up harnesses. All right, Dead Letter. Yeah, good hanging out. I appreciate you. There's a revolving door. I don't lock the door much. You guys can come and go as you please. No worries. Yeah, I got this whole pile of car parts that are sitting behind me, most of which are either already turned into simulator stuff or have yet to be turned into simulator stuff. Found out that these BMW seats, you can get them at the junkyard, which means you can get them for pennies on the dollar. If you go to eBay, you're going to spend like $800 on this seat. It's crazy. My brother shows up for Thanksgiving and fucking throws this thing at me. So this has a bunch of motors in it that you can control. There's a keypad on the side. You say, oh, that's super easy, bother. All you have to do is power up the keypad and it'll move the motors. It's that simple. No, it's not. You need a whole goddamn computer in order to run your seat. This thing speaks K-Bus. K-Bus is a way of BMW swindling us out of an extra wire. That extra wire would have been all of the wires from the buttons for the seat. Instead, we just get a little K-Bus wire, like made their own bus. They call it K-Bus. It's not LIN. It's just really similar to LIN. And then so ones and zeros communicate with this computer and it will turn on and off the relays in order to move the chair. That way you can have things like seat memory. This one does not have seat memory. So I don't know why we have a whole goddamn computer in the car, in the seat. Anyway, this one does not have seat memory and it might be down to just putting in a different, well, you have to change the motors out too, because the motors have Hall effect sensors on them. So that when you're moving your seat around and you get all the way to the end, it'll say, oh, that's the end, okay. And then it'll count pulses to your seat position. I like your shop. I'm glad you have a nice cave to make things in. I had a bunch of neighbors come in and look at this place and they said, oh my God, you are so organized. And I'm like, if I wasn't organized, I would be dead. I would be under a pile, I'd be a corpse under a pile of stuff, because the only way that I've been able to fit myself into this shop is by going vertical. This is a small room in the basement of the house. It used to be a workout room. Luckily, it didn't smell. We put a new floor in. We expanded a little bit, made a storage closet at the back end, which I wish I could use for my 3D printers. Anyway, it would be awesome. I could move all the computers and all the 3D printers into that room, and it would be a little server room. But unfortunately, tons and tons of paper reside in that room, which is a little weird. But anyway, this is like everything that I own in life, and I've just been constantly organizing and reinventing it and putting more functionality into it over 10 years. It's been a long time that I've been down here. Gonna have to go deeper. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start digging if I'm going to make this place any more accommodating, especially given that I have, again, all these car parts. This is not taking up zero room, and I just ordered hundreds of dollars worth of aluminum beams, aluminum beamists, in order to realize this simulator pit. I had, so the steering wheel, all this stuff up here is designed to clip onto the side of a desk. That's what these vertical arms are. So it clips onto the side of the desk, and then that's your simulator setup, which is relatively space saving, but in the end, all of these Gigantmo car things, because I said, hey, it would be really fun and funny to build an actual simulator setup out of real car parts, because I'm very familiar with cars. I know cars like the back of my hand, and we have reverse engineered things in cars that would curdle the milk of your average milk drinking engineer. So yeah, so we have all this stuff. It just makes sense at this point that I would organize them into some kind of a sim pit. I probably have to rearrange. I have to for sure. But I probably have to rearrange some of the furniture around the basement in order to get this thing, because like when I'm not using it, it's gonna be this whole goddamn like sex pest setup. Like it's a giant fetish chair that I've got sitting in the middle of the room. What do I do? It's a whole goddamn car chair. It's not a small chair, and it doesn't exactly fold up and be compact. I love learning about Hall effect sensors. The motors that are in this chair are the exact same design of the motors that don't have the Hall effect sensor. There's 2 pins missing. So they literally, like, to save that little tiny bit of extra money, they don't have 2 pins and a little Hall effect sensor. What the hell? What is this all about? And so it's like the same housing of the motor, and the wiring harness has the pins. It has the 2 wires in it, so it's not saving anything. Oh, it's so annoying. It's like that extra chair in a hotel room. Yeah, it's a weird one, huh? But you can adjust it to your liking. Hey, look, the mix is over. Time to start streaming. Let me just pause and make sure this doesn't play something afterwards. Oh, I think it did. Video paused. Continue watching. Yes. Pause. No, it just paused. Hey! I said pause, and it had to go. Hi. I was explaining this. I'm gonna start again. Let's get rid of that. So, hi, welcome to my shop. My name is Oh Bother. It's a weird name. I don't know why my parents gave me that one, but their heart wasn't in it. Anyway, we're building sim setup stuff. Our typical laissez-faire in this shop is burn the subs. Burn the subs is a giant piece of burnout homework that I should be working on. It is a huge board that sits on the wall, and it should burn the name of subscribers to itself, thereby earning me enough money to afford the hobby that I'm doing anyway, which it did for just a little bit. I've got 2 boards. They lasted a couple years, and just my brain fizzled. We've got a lot of good ideas for the new board. We're putting them in there. There's some work to do. We know how to implement it. Maybe I just got old and I'm unable to do this stuff anymore, but we will dive back into all of those things that scare me, like software, like doing the wiring harness for the whole thing, and the water jacket that'll potentially flood my basement with about a coffee cup's worth of water. I have to water cool the laser. But anyway, we're gonna get to that stuff. Over the holiday season, my brother shows up at a junkyard and he goes, "Hey, I got this fancy BMW F10. And the seats aren't as comfortable as I'd like." That's actually probably not how it happened. He shows up at the junkyard looking for something else, and the interior of another car caught his eye. You can insert that stupid meme. Anyway, he decides to completely remove the interior from this new car and buys it at the junkyard, probably pennies on the dollar, because they didn't know all that went into this. And then he shows up here during Thanksgiving and he plops this crap on my lap. I have an entire BMW F10 generation, I think sport seat, although he said the interior that he got was a little bit more luxurious, a shifter, and that's it. The seat has a computer. That's a computer right there. And I actually bought on eBay, because I didn't think he had it. I actually bought the seat computer on eBay, so we have an extra one. This one's got some damage to it. It was $20. So we can maybe use this one for the steering wheel. But so my brother shows up and he drops the seat off, and we look into it more and more, and it turns out these are actually pretty popular with simulator people who make sim pits, which is what I'm doing. I've had a very tough time sourcing aluminum frame rails. Back in the day, I just went to 8020.net and bought a bunch of the 40mm rail and made an entire brewing table out of it that I could drop a car on if I want to, and nothing would go wrong because this stuff is so strong. But okay, so those days are past, and because we have like this flailing orange, I can't say anything nice. So anyway, because of modern things that make the brain vein pop out, the aluminum frame rail's gotten really expensive. I did my due diligence. I shopped around. I did tables for costs. Shipping is always nasty. I was going to go to a local place. There's a place like 5 miles from me that does this professionally, sources and cuts these frames because they use them in factories, right? You're like, let's put up a screen here so that our People Masher 5000 doesn't mash people because that's expensive. Is it less expensive than $3,000 worth of rails? Slightly. So let's put the rails up and have all the safety. So, you know, these you can very quickly configure furniture around factory stuff. And you see it all the time. Once you know what this stuff looks like, you see it everywhere. I finally sourced the rail. I went to a local company. They would save me $70 on shipping. And then I discovered that McMaster-Carr is $100 cheaper than that. So I put the order in today for McMaster-Carr, and that's going to get here Friday, whereas the local place doesn't open until next year. I would love to support Americans and American industry and business, and I disagree with working during the holidays, but I'm also impatient. So I ended up buying from McMaster, puts a little bit of money to America. UPS is laughing the whole way around. Your brother hooked you up. Nice project. It is actually fairly interesting because, like I said, these seats are popular with SimPit setups. Usually people have the super luxury one with like the two bolsters in the top of the seat. It's really weird. This one also has a little airbag for lumbar support and it's ergonomics. So I will be able to, when it is available, I will be able to be very comfortable while I try to get the long driving achievement in my winter car. My winter car released yesterday, by the way, so I don't know what y'all are doing here. Anyway, Sim setups love using this chair. They love using this chair, this generation of BMW chair, because the computer, while this is a lot for just the seat, like this is a lot, it does not completely lock you out of the functions. Hey, Copper, what's up? It does not completely lock you out of the functions of the chair. It does lock you out of the functions of the chair, but what it does is it waits 10 seconds. The reason it does that is because it thinks that it's not hooked up to anything. But you can fool it. You can buy a little board off of Amazon with a potentiometer on it, and you can set that little board for a 1 kilohertz pulse. And if you put 1 kilohertz of a pulse into this computer, into the CAN bus, it will think that it's hooked up, and you will infinitely be able to move your chair around and do that stuff. We don't have seat memory. I'm a little disappointed in that, but we will be able to move it around. Now, because the chair speaks CAN bus, I will be able to actually hook this thing up to the CAN bus of the simulator setup, and it potentially give you guys controls on the chair, which will be funny. People can turn on the seat heat. They can move it back and forth. They cannot set off the airbag. I draw the line. I could hook compressed air up to the chair and have it set off the airbag, and it would pop out of the side. We're not messing with that. We're not messing with high PSI stuff. And also, how do you ship an airbag? Like if it's in a vehicle, like a vehicle component, it seems like you can ship it all you want and just not tell anybody. But when it comes to me sending Labs, I can't believe he's making me fucking say this on stream because that's a screen name. Uwo's Lab, that was the one. That's what I'm looking for. Man, why is my memory shit? Uwo's Labs does very similar stuff to me, except that I'm a little bit more cerebral and he's a little bit more explosion based, at least would be if I was able to actually ship the 3 detonators that I have to him. I would like him to blow them all up. Let's just do a shout out to all 2 people here. Shout out Uwo's Lab. Why is this not pulling anything up? Oh, because it's / not exclamation. I'm too used to Nightbot. And it's Uwo's Lab. Do I have to do it in all caps? Hold on. Shout out. Nope, I don't know. We'll just do Uwo's Lab. There we go. I think that's the right one. I'm waiting for it to pull up. Yes, that is the right one. Yeah, so I really want to send him the detonators. I have absolutely no idea how I'm going to ship that. So anyway, we disarmed the chair. We've got it all ready. I got the other motor that fell out from my brother. We need to hook that back up at some point. In the meantime, I have to figure out how all of my simulator stuff is going to communicate. And the thing is, like, I'm going to have multiple different configurations that I can have on this thing and multiple different pieces of hardware that can come and go. Love it when companies give you all the hardware and then go, nah, you can't use it. That's so weird, right? The best time I had as a kid was the car driving arcade game, so I can only imagine how much fun you're going to have after you're done. It'll never be done because it's a project, but I will get to a point where I can actually start using it with the car. I've got a couple ideas and we're going to go through some of that. I've had a lot of time off stream. I've missed a bunch of streams and I apologize for that. Things just got kind of crazy around here, right? I think you need motivation. We should try to start using old engineering trick to get work done. I don't think you can make it work again. It's impossible. The second this fucking thing shows up and is like, yeah, I use CAN bus, but I also lock you out. I go, how dare, and it became my sole focus for like, oh man, it's better than drugs, ADHD drugs, is being told you can't do something. That really is a strong motivator for me because I had a guidance counselor in high school say, you know, engineering is a lot of math. I don't know if you should go into it. And then I became, I got a BS in EE and motors, which are some of the hardest math that you can do in engineering. Now I say that and immediately somebody else is going to come in with a harder engineering that you can do in a harder math that you can do in engineering. I say some of, pepper my language with you know, exit ramps. So because people love to tack you down on things. They say, you said this specifically and it's technically wrong. And it's like, shut up. Like, just shut the fuck up. You definitely got a BS degree. Haha, yes, I told them I had a theoretical degree in physics. And they hired me for theoretical physics. Anyway, that's a Fallout joke. What am I not caught up with? Still cheaper than a project car. I don't have the space for a project car, so I'm filling up every single iota of spare space like a goldfish. With a literal project car. It's ridiculous. It's disgusting, actually. It's a sickness. Looks like Uo's lab is in Eastern time zone. Maybe you could drive there. He's a couple states up from me. I'm in Pennsylvania. He's on the other side of my state, +1. It's not Michigan. Actually, he's further west than that. Whatever. Anyway, the point is, that's a lot of driving for me to do. But I could, I guess, one day show up at Uo's shop and do something. We don't collaborate much because a lot of the stuff he does is like hooking a motor controller up to a motor and then it bursts into flames. And I don't really do stuff like that. I kind of get into things a little bit deeper. So anyway, the point is, I have an idea for how I'm going to be controlling all these accessories because I'm going to have, yeah, he's probably much closer to you, actually. I'm going to have a bunch of stuff, like a bunch of different stuff, like a throttle, a joystick, pedals, all those analog and digital ones and zeros. And typically, at least according to OpenFFB board, which is what I might be switching my software to. His shop, oh yeah, his basement. Listen, I got news for you, buddy. Where do you think you are right now? Why is that window so high up in the air? Where do you think you are right now? This is a basement to basement transaction that we would be doing. Anyway, I just dress it up a little bit more. I've got too much stuff piled up. Anyway, OpenFFB uses CAN bus. And so I'm like, well, with LIN bus, we had like 4 accessories and they could barely communicate in time in order to get all of the real-time signals. But CAN bus goes much faster, and it's just a much faster protocol. So it's potentially something where I could have everyone on one CAN bus line, and then I could program a couple either Raspberry Pi Picos, or Teensies are expensive. I don't know if I want to do Teensies, but those could be HID drivers. And there's reasoning behind all of this stuff. It's just annoying and complicated. The point is, I can have my own personal CAN bus and I can have all of these accessories on that CAN bus, and that can determine some of the configurations of this thing. Using something like Node-RED with a CAN bus interpreter, I can peel off the pins or all the buttons and stuff. Like you hit a button, it sends out a CAN signal, hey, button state's changed. And then somewhere along the line, something sees that and go, oh, button state's changed. Here's the state of the buttons. And then I can have HID controllers go, I'm a joystick and I just hit a button. And then the computer will see me hitting a button. And what that'll allow me to do is to have a row of inputs and a row of outputs and just connect the dots. And then everybody's honky-dory. That's what I hope. Can't stop giggling. You know, I have to have fun while explaining these things, and I have to make them fun because the stuff I do is boring. His shop looks like a place where you do serial killer stuff. He would probably be the worst roommate ever. I could certainly use more numbers on my stream, and he knows how to get numbers. So Short Lurker's not here yet because California time, but I got the Extendo Presto shaft. This is the Mercedes-Benz Extendo shaft that will allow me to use an adjustable steering wheel column and then hook this thing to my servo motor that will give force feedback. This is not a normal setup. Like I said, these are symptoms of a disease. So basically, when that thing adjusts, it adjusts in kind of like an arc. And so this will be able, through the U-joints and through this Extendo Presto shaft, it'll be able to soak up the extra distance so that this thing can spin the same. What do they do? Why do they do all this? Like, all this for an adjustable steering wheel. It's crazy. Yeah, so anyway, I've got a disease and it's working on cars. I would love to get a setup going where I can test to see whether or not my machinations are actually correct, because some games are choosy about what they accept. For instance, my summer car can only use something like 26 buttons, and I don't want all of the accessories to be joystick buttons. Right? For instance, I could use the BMW shifter that's behind me as something else. I could use it as something to adjust the steering wheel. You know, I could do all kinds of stuff. I do probably want to get, I mean, like I got turn signals. Like, I don't know if I'll be able to hook up the turn signal properly so that the wheel bumps it and resets it. That would be kind of awesome. A bow pit? It's not hoarding if you have a plan. Yeah, there you go, exactly. I go up against the hoarding instinct quite often because I go around and I throw stuff out. I do need to do that. I haven't done a round of that this year, but going around and identifying things that you haven't touched in a long time and say, nope, don't got it in me, throw that out. It's tough to do though, because invariably the day after you'll be like, wait a minute, why didn't I keep that? Because I actually, for this project, I actually sawed the front off of one of these before. I don't think it was the one with the motors. It wasn't the one with the motors, but I still have the massive spring from it somewhere. But I took a bandsaw to the very front of that just to get the spline shaft that fits to the Mercedes wheel. So that little part right there, just that 2 inches of metal on that, are from a $20 purchase of a series. And I'm glad nobody's discovered this yet, because this gives me an adjustable steering wheel, which I think is kind of awesome. And it also gets the servo motor out of the way, because in the way the thing is set up right now, there's this massive like box that sits above the steering wheel. And usually you're supposed to be able to see through the top of the steering wheel so you can see gauges. My technique against hoarding is remembering that at some point I will have to move house. That's a problem for me, because I gotta like break this milling machine down and all that. I mean, yeah, technically I'm gonna have to move house at some point, but oh boy. We did a red tag process at work once with dates on them. If the red tag items never get used, after a while we toss them. Interesting technique. That's an interesting one. I like that actually. Never felt good about it. You never know when you may need something. It's always right after you throw something out that you need it. Yeah, well, you remind your brain of its existence, and then suddenly it comes. It's the same as the what is that effect? Berenstein Bears. No, that's not the right one. There's a psychological phenomenon around like buying a car that's rare, and then you see that car everywhere. Same thing. So my thoughts on the control of this. I have the force feedback thing. If we go to OpenFFB, OpenFFB speaks CAN bus, right? It speaks CAN bus for your button presses and your analogs if you're assigning them like that. What recency bias? Yeah, that's what okay. There's not like a phenomenon. It's just that's what they call it. That's why we have Coke ads. Those Coke ads really pissed me off this year. They're AI and they can't get the configuration of the trucks. Look at the wheels in the truck. You got like 16 wheels, you got 4 wheels, you got 12 wheels, you got a wheel in the middle of the truck for some reason in one shot. It's crazy, and it's crazy that you can not notice that. You can just watch the commercial and go, man, that was saccharine and stupid. And then you're like, I didn't notice anything wrong with the AI though. It's like, no, you didn't look at the trucks close enough. Weird. Anyway, everybody's speaking CAN bus, and I figure if CAN bus is fast enough, we can have a bunch of junk data flying around in CAN bus. So we could have OpenFFB gets its packet of button presses, the packet of button presses, or whatever. OpenFFB, yeah, it gets its packet of button presses through CAN. We can have a Raspberry Pi throw those CAN packets out to it. And it can also throw CAN packets to a couple HID devices, because if a game doesn't support all the buttons, or if I want to do something weird with the buttons, I can route that all through Node-RED, and everybody's listening for their specific CAN addresses. So we can put out a car seat packet when somebody from Twitch activates MQTT and it speaks to this Raspberry Pi, and then in Node-RED it goes, hey, move the seat forward like a little bit, and so the seat moves forward a little bit. Stuff like that. Things that are just crisscrossing wires and routing all over the place, big spider's nest. But it will be intuitive in Node-RED, because it will literally be this button goes to this joystick button on the computer. That's it, right? I have a person. When it enters my very organized space and says it's time or something less polite, then I have to start throwing shit out. That's not a bad, yeah, that's not a bad thing to motivate. It sucks that you have to do that, spend the time to do that, but it is a necessary evil. When we were showing the house, I had to do that with my room, and it taught me a lot of stuff where, you know, leaving my room looking like this is not acceptable or appropriate when you have a, you know, a house to tour. So that kept me in line for a while, but I haven't had that in quite a while. Anywho, so that's the idea. Let me, I'm gonna throw up an MS Paint diagram of what I'm thinking, because with all of the buttons and stuff, like 128 buttons, we're probably gonna pass pretty quickly. All right, so let's go to MS Paint. I gotta remember how to stream, you guys. I should have just had like a Hangout stream. Or my summer car. Can I do this? He said can because he's in CAN bus. So we have our Pi. Node-RED CAN plugin. We have, now I don't know if that's direct, I don't know what that needs. Hardware. And let's zoom out, let's make it a much larger image. What? Where's my text? I used the highlighter tool. And then we drop down some 11s. You know, it's going to be easier than that. It's going to be just doing this. Oops. What have I done? Transparent selection. CAN. What the donk? Hey. How dare you pull my focus? Doodle-loo-loo-doo. Doodle-loo-loo-doo. Got oh, why did that unselect? We need to do some editing of devices around here, because my mouse is worn down to the point where it is double clicking on everything and it's driving me absolutely insane. It is driving me nuts. I'll click on something and it'll open close real fast. Absolutely the worst. Good thing you don't have to deal with Windows 11 MS Paint. Oh no. Windows 11 did something? Microsoft had a terrible idea of adding a Copilot button and other AI features to it. I had to deal with this with my phone the other day. I was explaining to Julian how he could go about fixing something, and I wanted to point out a resistor, and there wasn't a tool for me to put an arrow into an image. I had to use AI and explain to it that I wanted an arrow in the image. It was the worst. I wanted to kill things. I hate it. I hate it. I don't know what CAN hardware I'm going to need on the Raspberry Pi. We've got our test Pi, and so I'll be able to install Node-RED on that at least, and we'll be able to work with that. It's cool because that way the Pi just has an address that we have to go to, and then we can reconfigure everything on another machine away from our hardware. So basically, our Pi with the Node-RED CAN plugin, and that way in the background I can peel off a bunch of the stuff that I need for, basically have nodes that are all of the buttons of the devices that are connected. And when they're disconnected, it just will ignore them. There's a CAN bus adapter to USB connector. I wouldn't be using the GPIO because with the GPIO, I can have it technically ignore certain signals, although I don't really want it to do that. So hold on, I'm still drawing my thing. Let's see, there's that, and then this is the wheel. I don't have a good picture of it. Are you freaking serious? Are you serious? Oh, the text tool does not do transparent selection. That's something new. Look at that. I may have, from some of my other industrial stuff, I may have one of those USB to CAN bus. We're also going to have to reinvent the mount for the, what is it called? The slip ring of the steering wheel, the thing that allows it to go 180 degrees without busting into something. We're going to have to kind of rethink the mount for that. And I've got, it's a round circuit board, it's pretty big, and it's got a 3D printed housing around it. We're going to have to figure out how to make like a mount for that, because I'm not going to get new circuit boards or anything like that. We've got something that works really well. We'll continue to use that. That's right, because you've got the CAN stuff on your printer. This one is K-Bus. Or no, LIN-Bus. Actually, we don't have to do that. I can do... Ugh, stupid thing. Lin to CAN. You know what? I appreciate using full words. The 2 doesn't save anybody any time. I have to do this for every device. I'm trying to display my genius. The adapter does all the stuff that just gives the Pi the data. Yeah, the thing is, like, I was thinking about it because I've got these modules for the microcontrollers, and these use this MCP 2515. This allows you to configure it in order to look for specific CAN bus messages. So it can ignore all of the other CAN bus that's flying around and just give your microcontroller what it needs to do its job. This will be deployed in several places in this project, but the Node-RED stuff needs to see everything. It needs to look at just about everything. There's maybe a couple exceptions, like the packet that it's sending out, but basically Node-RED is going to have to pull all of that CAN bus, reroute it back into the CAN bus, and it'll have its own specific packet. So LinDeCAN, Mercwheel, I won't do the exhaustive thing, but it'll be like shifters and stuff like that. So it'll be like, for instance, we can just do, well, that has to be its own device as well for the shifter necessarily. Yeah, the shifter has its own micro. So we'll just do shifter. And that one's going to need to speak CAN. What are buttons? Oh wait, I need to... Wow, I hit escape. Why? Why do I do this? Okay, so the shifter will need its own CAN board. But the microcontroller is just including that with that. Do. So because devices can be ornery, On this side over here, I'm going to have something like microcontrollers that'll look like they're HID devices, but they will also be on the CAN bus. They'll be looking for their own packet that they will then send to the HID controller. So we'll have OpenFFB and servo motor. And then I guess the OpenFFB buttons too. So it'll be this. I think I can use OpenFFB in the Granite Devices controller, I think. I'm going to have to kind of look at what pins do what on that project and see if I can actually implement it, because, yeah, it's a lot. This is a lot. This is a lot of back end when Flatulent Gonad will just have wires that do things. He'll just say, hey, I could put a switch on this wire, and then when I switch it, it'll send the analog signal to something else. That's one way to do it. This is my way to do it, and it's ridiculous. So OpenFFB and then servo. And then that has its own USB to the computer. So we're going to say UBS. Oops. What is it? Buttons, force feedback, analog. And then in addition to that, I'm going to have more devices for buttons and analog on something like a PicoPi. Probably move it over here. I'm not sure about PicoPi yet. I don't know if it's going to be a PicoPi or a Teensy or what. Do what you're comfortable with. Do what's not going to bust my bank open. Trying to do this quickly. Ugh. That looks terrible. Erasure. And so that's HID. Well, multiple micros. That'll be additional devices, because sometimes the games get ornery and they want you to have multiple devices, and sometimes, yeah, stuff like that. And then these will go into a USB hub. It's also possible that I can enable and disable the other HID devices if they're not necessary, so that plugging in that hub doesn't give me like 5,000 devices. Oh my God, the text box is on my last thread of patience. So this is essentially what I would like to implement here. There's going to be a little bit of figuring this out, but then this goes to the PC. Dear God. Whenever I do a text box, it makes it so huge. And then it blows up all the stuff to the right. All right. No, I like this. I do MS Paint. This is a long staple. So the thing is, like, with the system that I'm proposing, what I'm thinking about this looking like, there will be junk signals on the CAN bus that it'll just have to ignore. The other devices will have to ignore. And I think that's okay. I think that's actually acceptable because of the speed of CAN bus. I think. And there's a lot of accessories that I'm going to have to do. And so what I'd like to do is implement something like this and just send the junk data and see if Node-RED with the CAN plugin is too tired of all the bullshit. Because this would be, there would be signals that are running on the CAN bus. Like for instance, if I shift gears, the signal's going to go out and it's going to be heard by Node-RED, interpreted, and then it's going to shit out whatever packet to whatever devices, either the open force feedback board here or some of the micros that I've plugged in on the hub in order to be other effects, or it'll send out a CAN signal that something like the seat will then interpret as a need to move. This is a lot. This is a lot, but this is the way that I thought to implement it, where you could have a reconfigurable setup that's going to allow for shenanigans. And because you know, I'm running Node-RED for all the interactive stuff that you guys are doing. Like for instance, if anybody says idea in chat, this light over here turns on. That is implemented through Node-RED, and it's implemented very quickly through Node-RED. So if I am able to actually take all of the button inputs that are surrounding me in the chair and interpret them and reroute them in order to be button presses on the PC, I can also make them do stuff that's shenanigans related. I like the paint doodles. I always use MS Paint. It's just janky, and I love it. I didn't draw dick on it this time. Usually I do. But that's the idea, and that's essentially why I got a block of wood out, is I want to put that together here and then get an initial software implementation of the whole thing and find out if Node-RED is in fact going to hamstring the rest of this thing. So the Node-RED CAN bus plugin. Contrib CAN bus. A set of simple nodes for CAN bus management on Linux machines based on SocketCam NPM. So it's just 3 nodes. There's a configuration node, there's a dump node, and a send node, and that's all we need. So what we'll do is we will look at the dump node and we will filter out different things from that dump node until we get this device pressed this button, this analog moved. That information that we can then turn into a CAN bus send. So we'll need to pick out the individual buttons and then have them connected and then somehow have that generate proper packets for everything. I don't know if that means that the thing is going to have, like, know the state of it before. And what we can also do in that, because it's all in Node-RED, it'll be nice and easy to implement, what is it called? A display of all this stuff. So when I move the joystick, we'll be able to see the joystick analog moving in the thing. That'll help for troubleshooting, for instance, like if a device isn't plugged in or something like that. But I need to know that CAN bus is fast enough for all this, and I think it is, and that we can use just one, or if that becomes a problem, maybe I could split it into multiple different CAN buses, but that's kind of messy. Hold on, I gotta close the window, I'm freezing. I'm freezing in here. Simply just explaining that the entirety of the project like that is like the whole stream. It's like I can't do anything else on stream. We got so much stuff going on. I don't know what kind of plugs I'm going to use on everything, or the hardware or anything like that. The microcontrollers that I have on hand are definitely fast enough. Like a Seeed Studio, Zhao, or any of the other stuff that I have can do all of the SPI stuff that I needed to. The Zhao would only be appropriate for something like the pedals, where there's like 3 analogs and that's it. I need slightly different microcontrollers on things like the shifter and some other stuff, unless I do port expanders, which I don't really want to do. So implementing this thing is going to be a little bit weird. And then at some point when we get a test going, I'll have the plug for the seat so that we can plug the seat into all this and see if we can control the seat using CAN bus. I don't even know what the packets look like for the seat stuff. Oh boy, this is a lot. So I got a couple things going on here. We need to take a look at putting CAN bus stuff on here, how this is going to hook up to CAN bus. We need to look up these boards that I bought that are CAN bus boards that'll help my peripherals speak. And then we need to hook it all up together, because that's a bus, baby. CAN H and CAN L. It's not an A, it's an H and L. High and low going into this little chip here, and we get a TX and RX. So this is not like the 1152. This one is looking at everything. This one, you configure it and it looks for certain signals to respond to. But I think the combination of these will be pretty decent. Linux CAN utils. Let's look at that. Socket CAN user space applications. Okay. Engineer and execute. I'm just trying to see if any of this stuff kills the project in its infancy. CAN dump, display, filter, and log CAN data to files. CAN player, replay CAN log files, send a single frame, generate random. Okay, so those are the tools. What about the hardware? Kernel gateway information, measurement and testing, CAN bus load, CAN calc bit timing, user space version of the in-kernel bitrate. Wow, this is a lot. This is a lot that the Node-RED node does not have. Yeah. I don't need a cheerleader. Demons. Not a mention of hardware, huh? Debian package, kernel module, socket CAN documentation. Maybe it's in socket CAN. Implementation of CAN protocols, controller area network for Lineage. CAN is a networking technology. Yes. How, why? I don't care about the how, why. What was that noise? Somebody must put something heavy down. Instead of passing a protocol argument to socket and using bind, CAN interface and CAN ID and application have to do all the opportunities. I don't know what that means. Code duplication, abstraction, socket CAN concept, receive lists. Yes, here's the local loopback. How to use is a command. That's not what I'm looking for. Hardware. Do you have hardware anywhere here? Hacking guide. Guide to locking. What? Locking in the Linux kernel. What the hell is this? What are you looking for? I'm not nothing on this page apparently. I just want to know how I hook up the damn thing. I'm getting deeper into the underlying layers of the Node-RED CAN bus stuff. Extended frames, configuration values, better random engine, configure with Kayak. Let me go get the USB dongle that I have that was provided to me with the Granite Devices stuff. I think that's CAN bus, and I think it's something that I might be able to plug into the Raspberry Pi and use. It's in a bin full of automation and industrial stuff. Let me go check it out over here. It's a little bit off camera, I apologize. Just a little bit off camera. Oh my god, there's too much stuff. I miss the keyboard project. Until things are a little bit more stable with tariff stuff, the keyboard project is going to linger a little bit. Because Seed Studio was the place for me to get those flexi PCBs. All right, I'm getting close. I'm almost there. I'm just looking through one of my bins. There's the other Granite Devices controller. I have multiple. Somewhere in here. There it is. Got him. Got him. Those are just exposed circuit boards. It's not looking good for those. Gotta be careful with that. That is the entire controller for whatever I do these reduction three-phase motors. Whatever I decide to use with that. All right, here we go. So, what is this thing that I have? If it's CAN bus, this saves us a lot of time, and we might be able to actually test this stuff. A Raspberry Pi can use a CAN bus controller, can control area network by adding a hardware, like a hat, hardware attached on top. HAT. Oh my god. or module by adding hardware like a hat or module as it lacks built-in CAN support, using an MCP 2515 controller via SPI to bridge to that vehicle industrial network for monitoring, diagnosis, OBD2, or control, leveraging Linux socket CAN drivers for software. Okay, so it does need either one of these dongles that I have sitting in front of me or something like a USB dongle in order to interpret CAN bus messages, because the Raspberry Pi inherently does not have differential lines, which, yeah, that's as much as I suspected. I just wanted some more details. But can it use just anything? What is this one? This one was provided to me by Granite Devices. It is, oh, it looks like it's just an FTDI. I don't know if this is CAN bus though. This might just be TX and RX to their stuff. So that's maybe, yeah, that's X2. Yeah, I think this is just TX and RX to their stuff, which they use Ethernet wires for. So, okay. Is there an advantage to using USB dongle over the MCP 55? Is SPI fast enough in the older Raspberry Pis like this 3B Plus that I have? Celia was mentioning at the beginning of stream that the newer ones are actually like slow. I love weird coincidences, says Dojo Drummer. That's a good name. I just watched Applerd's adventure YouTube from one day ago where he uses IPv6 to do the same thing that CAN bus does. Interesting. IPv6. Yeah, I'm more familiar with car stuff, and this is a car simulator at its heart. Well, it's in general, it's a simulator. It's like not just specifically a car simulator, because I'm going to do spaceships in it. Maybe construction equipment. I don't know. Anyway, so this is a sim pit, but he can barely understand IPv4. No, you're probably right. I'm okay with that. Maybe you're right. Anyway, so we do have these MCP 2515s. So I guess we hook this up to SPI. So let's look up Raspberry Pi SPI. And hopefully we can find SPI I2C tutorial. 3B plus. Actually, if we just do a pinout, is SPI going to be on that? I just want a big picture of it. There we go. Yeah, SDA1, serial data, serial clock, and then whichever one is associated with TXD, RXD, mostly MISO serial clock, and then I2C's down here. Okay. The Raspberry Pi header is a doozy. It's huge. But this should be okay. I don't know if I have like a specific, we're gonna have to use jumpers. It's gonna be very ugly. But if we can get this thing immediately running, like, man, Node-RED making this stuff so easy. Of course, I say all this and then it's all gonna come crashing down. I had some new headers. There they are. These are disgusting headers. I really dislike these, but I have to use them. So here we go. Okay, so pin 1, 3v3 power. Pin 1 is the square one. You know what, I don't want to take this out of its big, beautiful heatsink. It's got this gorgeous heat. I'm going to leave it on. I'm going to leave it on, but that's the danger of not knowing where pin 1 is. So that's here. And actually that's 3 volts, so I want it to kind of reflect that it's carrying power. Oh, when the packet header is 10 times as large as the payload. I see. Yeah. VCC's going into VCC down here. This is a weird, these boards are weird because it would make more sense if this board got 12 volts in and then was able to power this thing or power other stuff. I left the door open to my car in my winter car and it refused to start even though it was plugged in. That might be a bug. That might be a bug. You may want to like save and restart. Because people have run into the car inoperable issue. I want to make sure to get this right because one of these is 3 volts, the other one's 5 directly from USB. So, you know, it's good to get it right. No save point nearby. Oh no. 2, 4, 6. And that's ground. Okay. Pin 6 ground. And then SPI we are hooking up to. So SDA is right next to 3 volts. Serial data. SDA going to SD. I don't know what Node-RED is going to be doing about chip select either. The bug is probably that it recovers. Oh, you're supposed to be, but what are you supposed to do? Is there something implemented in there where you can heat your car back up using like hooking a battery up to the connector in front? So your car is just permanently dead? Topless likes to have things like that, but I don't see him as making it permanent. I don't see him as keeping it permanent. GPLKO, that's not what I'm looking for. Serial clock is right below serial data though. It needs to either heat up better and charge over time. So you've got to like get it to one of those plugs that they have in Alaska and apparently Finland where you have this external power plug for your car and everybody thought that it was for like an electric car. Wait, serial in, serial out, serial clock. Wait a second. This is not SPI, is it? Unless SCL and SDA serial out going to serial in, but I think this be TX and RX? No, it's the car's not a hybrid. That's just for the engine heater and it keeps the battery topped off. They have those in like Alaska where you plug in the front of the car. It's not a hybrid car. Yeah, are we doing STI? Modprobe vcan, IP-link dev vcan 0 type can, IP-link send vcan 0. But then socket cam and then node can. Socket can extension, usage, socket-based implementation of the CAN bus protocol for the Linux system. This extends to make it possible to send and receive CAN messages using simple JavaScript functions. Through what? API documentation, install. They don't give you any other information. Oh my God. It's a node of socket can. And then we can look at socket can through one of these others. Hold on. I got to get rid of some of these extra windows. Getting distracting. That's OpenFF. This would be CAN bus contribs. And then that's for utilities. Socket can is here. No JavaScript. Oh, wait, no JS. This is what we just saw. 3 dependencies on this one. So, buses motor, instrumentation. Oh my God, this is a lot. This is a lot. I was wondering how semi-drivers keep their rigs running. Wouldn't they clog up even with fuel additives? No. I mean, the motors are designed to run for extended amounts of time. Diesel, yeah, the problem with diesel is that it freezes in a cold environment, so they have all kinds of heaters on the lines and stuff. Yeah, block heaters aren't as necessary now. Stuff doesn't, I guess fuel additives and stuff can help keep everything liquid. Yeah, not turning the car off in the game, sure. It's just, yeah, the block heater on the front of the car is like how you keep it running. But I guess if you're out far away, because there's only a couple locations with the heaters usable. So it stands to reason that you leave your motor running when you go in and do other stuff. Okay, hold on. I gotta figure out what the hell I'm doing here because I'm looking for like hardware implementation of this thing. We had highs of negative 14 in Houghton, Michigan for almost 3 weeks. Yeah, Michigan gets cold, man. That place is crazy. You wonder why everybody's an alcoholic in that state. MCP 2515 Raspberry Pi. Let's look up that. MCP 2515 Raspberry. Not 5, just regular old one. Shut the hell up, AI. Fuck. All right. Oh no, they still put the AI in. The cursing doesn't work anymore. Oh, gone are the days. Quick guide, CAN bus, Raspberry Pi. Yep, here's the shitty board that I bought. Oh, they got like a cool little thing in the corner. I didn't get that. Yeah, maybe they thought it was an acronym. If you don't have a dedicated CAN board and you're not good with electronics, all your modifications are doing on your own risk. You don't gotta say that, man. What you hooking it up to, man? Where are we? Whoa, what is all this? Oh, that's the adapter. I see. We don't need to care about that. What is going on here? The adapter has to be modified because the 2515 must be powered from 3v3 while CAN bus transceiver must be powered from 5 volts? What? That's bullshit. Well, they have practically the same exact thing as mine, so the board has to be powered by 5. The Raspberry Pi 3B Plus pins are not 5 volt compatible, which is annoying. So I guess I could put it... Yeah, cursing worked until people started sharing the trick. Yeah. Gone are the days. What did they do? They added an extra pin. There might be a jumper for this, actually. There's a couple jumpers on this board. That's to access high and low CAN. This one goes to this little buddy right here, which is the first thing that's interpreting the CAN bus. What are you? An NXP TJA 1050. TJA 1050 data chart and high-speed CAN transceiver. CAN-ceiver. VCC 4525 doesn't work at 3 volts. Plastic, small outline. Okay. Now I've got Monkey Wrench stuck in my head. I've been too obsessed with that stupid cartoon. I can't believe that it's not pulling giant YouTube numbers, but they don't promote it at all. It is a diamond in the rough. It is one of those, like, you know, when people say, we found this underappreciated gem, and you want to smack them in the mouth, this one actually is deserving of that. I can't stand how they're shoveling AI down our gullets. Listen, we spent a lot of money on this stuff, and we got to use it for something, right? So that's what it is. I hate it. Dislike of it stems from people interpreting this as being an intrusive technology like computers were back in the day, where they see you as being one of those people who goes, these fancy, stupid computers aren't going to do anything in society. The attitude on AI is not like that, however. It shouldn't be interpreted through that lens. Yeah, fuck them for stockpiling RAM. Yep. I read that that's similar to what Heinz did with ketchup. The reason that Heinz is so predominant in the ketchup market is that they would buy up empty bottles from the companies that supply them in order to choke out their competitions so that they could fill an area and then take it over, basically just making themselves the de facto standard. And so for a while they were unable to throw away the bottles fast enough, which is crazy. It's just crazy talk. And apparently that's what AI is doing with RAM. They're buying the wafers to put them on a shelf so that nobody else can get RAM but them, and therefore choke out the competition, which is absolutely fucking dog shit. It's the worst. So this is the CAN transceiver, and this thing has to have 5 volts. This is sort of the star of the show. Saw some calculation claiming that Sam Altman bought more RAM than he could use, even with a 2,000% data center increase in the next year. You have to understand, they didn't just buy RAM, they bought the wafers. Like, it's crazy. I get it. I like using AI, but not unasked. Yeah. Well, Microsoft has destroyed consent. You know, would you like to install this? No. It's your options are yes and ask me later. Like, that's not how consent works. Input levels capable with 3.3 volt and 5 volt devices, but the supply voltage has to be 5. But if I give it 5, is it going to be outputting at 3v3? That's so weird. So what they're saying over here, see, we have this, but I have an extra jumper in there. And so I'm trying to figure out what that does. I use AI for shit posting, you know. And the thing is, like, okay, so my winter car, I'm just gonna, we're gonna divert. I'm turning the car. I'm turning the car off. We're gonna freeze to death. My winter car got in a bit of trouble for having used AI, and the places that I see Topless Gun using AI are absolutely perfectly fine in terms of like what you're doing. If you're trying to like make something in Blender, you have to put a texture on it, and so you can go to AI and go, I just need a texture. Because if you go to Google and you start Googling up the textures, everybody wants to sell you a texture, and it takes 3 to 5 times longer to find one. So you make a little placeholder, put your texture up, you're done, move on to the next thing. You can actually make a game, you know, like a reasonable single dev can do. Yeah, and he actually clarified on exactly where all of it is, and it seemed as though he phrased it in such a way as these can be replaced. He's like, I can get that one out of there, I can get that one out of there. That's totally reasonable. I don't hate that he's putting AI in there. If you look, and I hate to do this, if you compare Roboz's game to Topless Gun's game, Roboz's is very AI, and we all know that that man would not be capable of making such artistry as he's created. It unfortunately reeks of the airbrush, and I dislike it. But we wouldn't get a Roboz game without AI. He just wouldn't be able to do it. And we may not still get a Roboz game if he doesn't learn how to fucking code. Anyway, so he's been able to do like leaps and bounds, make a single dev game with all that stuff. Topless Gun, much more capable of making a game. Used AI in a couple places. I don't know. I'm totally fine with just the little things. Texture is it's a fairly interesting use case in that even if you were using expensive Adobe has AI tools that do that. They also have regular tools that do that, but I think they've gotten rid of them, and now they're like AI powered. So getting everything to not look like it's dog shit airbrush is something that I would have liked a little bit of dedication to on Topless Gun's part, because for instance, you look at that menu in the store, you look at the menu and you go, this is shit. But then again, the commentary on the big, you know, gas station coming in and sort of strong arming Fleetari and not Fleetari, what's his face? Why can't I remember names all of a sudden? Sorry. The small shop gets Teemo. Teemo's shop you didn't have to tell me, I would have gotten that. I got it naturally, and then that popped up. You saw. I started saying the word before that popped up. I still get credit for a slightly working brain. Anyway, Teemo's shop is like no longer selling goods because of the big boys are in there. So there's a commentary on that and how it's all professional and the menu items are pristine looking and like sparkly and stuff. That's okay, I guess, because it's sort of, it works into that commentary, right? The use of AI. It's not specifically a commentary about AI, but it is a way for Topless Gun to put something that is very polished and nice looking. So now we have an all-day bar. That's true. Well, I mean, having an alcohol problem meter sort of necessitates the ability to buy alcohol at all times. So this one has an alternative power supply for the MCP. What does this have? Yeah, I heard that too. I would like to experiment with that. You have to like slowly ramp down your alcohol consumption, and then the problem meter will eventually, because I saw somebody drink water once and the problem meter went down. Okay, so this is definitely 5 volts. Oh, but that's not the power pin. That's some other, that's like a CAN bus. Why is the CAN bus coming all the way out to here? And then we put it through R2 and back over. I wonder if that's like a single-ended cam fix. So if you're using, it's a pull-up. That looks like a pull-up. LLMs seem genuinely worse than useless with how they're sold for use to businesses instead of potentially less profitable areas, like potentially better, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. 120 ohm Terminator. Okay, so that's something CAN bus related. I have a bin full of jumpers in case I need that. So how are we communicating with this thing? Serial clock, serial in, serial out, chip select. So it's just a TX-RX then. And what are they doing here? Because I was going to power this whole thing with 3 volts. So yeah, you just gave this thing 5. I didn't know this needed a modification. That's really annoying. At work, we're replacing expensive third-party things with in-house AI things that do the job better and at less cost. But you're also vetting it out, right? Because, I mean, a lot of what's happening in industry is they are just literally throwing it at the wall to see if it can replace something. And they're doing it in such a way that permanently disrupts the thing. So you go, oh, it's actually kind of shit at this, but we've already destroyed the thing that we've thrown the AI at. They can't go back. That's the problem with how it's being implemented. Yeah, having a full-blown test plan first. So we are hooking up to SPI0CE0 goes to chip select. We're not using TX and RX. We're using MOSI and MISO and clock. Okay, so we are using SPI. It's just called different stuff. At least you're not working for the ad agency that got hired by Coca-Cola or McDonald's. They said they worked really hard on those prompts. They said, they did say. So SO goes to, and I'm just following this person's little thing. MISO. Serial out goes to master and slave out. That makes sense. Serial out into MISO, which is, oh God, I gotta go back and reference the cross-reference of the cross-reference, the pins of the pins, the pins. They call it SDA and SCL. Do we get a MISO and MOSI? Okay, so pins 13 and 14. So actually this does not go there no more. This one goes to MISO, which is pin 13. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's not pin 13, pin 21. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 21. I choose you. When are you going to buy a Waveshare RPi can hat? Do I already have one of those? I might actually have one of those. No, I don't think I have this one. No, wait a sec. Yeah, I don't think I have this one. It seems Elder Scrolls Never Changed from Arena randomly crashed. That was a game that I wanted to get back into, but then My Winter Car came out. What was I gonna... Oh yeah, shorts. Check this out. You see that? Cool. No, hold on. Check this out. Yeah! Yeah! Oh no, it came out. Oh no. No, 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 no. No, no, something's wrong. What happened? Boom leg shot. Thank you for subbing for 12 months. Oh. Okay, there we go. Back. There's very, very little backlash. This is really tight. This thing's crazy. So this is what's going to enable me to have a steering that I can adjust. Elder Scrolls controlled by the sim wheel. I could use the 2 joysticks to control me. No, I never played the original. The first game. What was the first game called? Oblivion was my introduction to the whole series. I have a lot of stuff coming in the mail, so we're kind of working on this right now, but this is an implementation of what is eventually going to be the entire sim system. If things are fast enough, what we're doing right now is we're trying to hook up the Raspberry Pi to CAN bus. So once I get this hooked up, and supposedly I have the right hardware, it's just a 3 and the 5 volt schism going on there. That's my brain leaking out of my ear. What I'd like to do is get Node-RED running with the CAN plugin, and then have some other hardware that it can talk to see if it's fast enough to do what I want to do. They have really nice cards with CAN bus support. For what? With STM32? I've worked a little bit with STM32. I do not like programming those things because the environment's a little weird. I'm used to my Arduinos and stuff, so. But this over here is the implementation of it. So if I switch to OpenFFB, that's already speaking CAN bus. So what I can do is I can have Node-RED basically assemble packets in the CAN bus that will be interpreted by either the Open Force Feedback Controller, which will show up as its own HID device, or I can have additional HID devices show up that will interpret other CAN packets that are coming out of Node-RED. And what will happen on this side of the bus is all of my individual accessories will be pooping their statuses and updates out to CAN bus as well. So what happens here is the magic. This basically takes those signals in and creates the packets that things down the line will interpret. So that's the idea. And then I have one big hub that just plugs into the PC, and I just give everybody power, and that's the end of it. That's the idea, and I think it'll be fast enough, but I'm not sure. Node-RED could potentially insert a big delay into all of that, and so that could make it non-viable. But the thought is that what I can do from my PC is I can open up the IP address of the Raspberry Pi, and then I can just basically make a bunch of spaghetti where pins connect to outputs. So I can say, hey, this button, this button, this button, and this button, you guys are going to the OpenFFB controller. This one, this one, and this one, you guys come back here. This one and this one, you're going to actually move the seat. Stuff like that. And then I can pull in like a MQTT so that it can control other stuff. Or if I hit this button, I want this light to turn on in the shop. You know, I can do that. I can configure all that in Node. My spring car? I don't know, it might. No, I think Topless said he wants to move on to a different, like another game after my winter cars. My summer car, my winter car, and then something else. Where's the CAN link to high power actuators for throwing out the seat factor? So I don't have high power actuators. The highest power actuator is the one on the wheel, and that's being handled by OpenFFB. I don't want to pull in messages and have to interpret force feedback stuff. I'd rather leave that to someone else, and that's going to be OpenFFB. Hopefully I can install that on the Granite Devices controller, because OpenFFB supports their protocol or whatever, the Granite protocol, whatever that is. So I'm just trying to figure out how to hook this thing up, and it turns out that we need to use the MISO and MOSI pins, and I could get the Waveshare can hat. I swear I've got one sitting around somewhere. I feel like I have one of these. It looks so familiar. Hold on a sec. I gotta search my order history on Amazon off camera, so you guys can't see all the dildos that I buy constantly. Let's see, orders. Oh, no, my password. So that's, I'm not putting my password into that. Never mind. Actually, I can look on the other computer. Give me one sec. I'm going to take a look and I'm going to see. So let's open up Amazon. I just spent a lot of money on those rails, by the way. Those are coming here by Friday. Okay, so let's just look up Waveshare. What do we got? We got the boards I just ordered, the other boards that I just ordered, a whole lot of PCBs, little breakout boards for a lot of different things. I can't believe these are all Waveshare, or somehow they're putting Waveshare so that it shows up in the search results. Page 3. We're on page 3 already. RS485, January 25th, 2023, I ordered the RS485 can hat for Raspberry Pi 4, 3B Plus, etc. to allow long distance communication. Okay. Did you know that already, Shorts? Did you know that already? Did you have insider information? Because yeah, I have that board. Let me go find it. God. How did that happen? So all that stuff we were doing was just faffing about, huh? Where did I put it if I do have it? It's going to be back in the project bin, so I'm going to be back in the corner over here. Apparently I have it. I have it. It's right there. There it is. I ordered it. I ordered it in 2023. I don't know why. I would say Shorts had a lucky guess on that one. Because I don't know why I ordered it. I don't know why did I order it? Why did I do this? What is wrong with me? So it's either in the big bins or it's in one of these trays over here. There it is. It's right there. It's just right there. It's just right fucking there. Why didn't I know about this? What the fuck? Yeah, so there it is. I know we went through CAN bus for the 3D printer, but I didn't think I bought something specifically for the Raspberry. All right. The exact fucking thing that I needed. Okay. Fine. That's fine. That's fine. I don't think it'll just plug in right away. Yeah, we got to get the heat sinks off of this thing. Yeah, it's the only one that I didn't have on the bench. Yeah, I guess when I was madly ordering stuff to get CAN bus on the 3D printer, I bought the nicer CAN board. It was like a USB CAN board. But then I also got the Waveshare in parallel to it. It's a good thing I had it. That's actually perfect for this project. I was thinking ahead. I was not thinking ahead. I was just very lucky. What other weird stuff that's super useful do I have floating around? And these are not normal. These are not normal. Nope. Well, this way I don't have to worry about all the voltage stuff. I don't think I have anything else that's actually natively CAN to hook up at the moment. I'm waiting on the power plug, the power and data plug for the seat, which will enable me to hook it up to CAN bus. And I have a second computer. My brother actually still had the computer for that seat. But then we'll be able to plug it, eventually when the part gets here. It's coming via eBay, so you probably have like 8 Pi Zeros hidden around the basement that you've forgotten about. The Pi Zeros that I have are actually all implemented into things, and then there's a couple of them in a pile in the same bin that had the Waveshare hat. So it is true, I do have a bunch of our Pis sitting around, but they are all accounted for, and I do know where they are. The one of them is the what do you call it? What is that thing called again? Shit. It's the Ponagachi, which I need to learn more about. One day, maybe when the sim setup is all together, I'll take that 1/10 RC car, the 1/10 scale RC car, and we'll put a bunch of cameras on it, and then I can have it hack into everyone's Wi-Fi in the neighborhood, and I can drive around the whole circle from the sim setup with a bunch of cameras and the force feedback stuff going. That video made it, the one video where they put the camera on the RC car and they hooked it up to the sim setup, that one makes its rounds on Reddit still. I still see it like towards the front page. Guy hooked up his sim setup to the RC car. I'm like, dude, there's way more to that than just that headline. How are they doing it? What did they do? Probably Python. It's always Python. Always a bunch of lines of Python. Okay, so. Ow. That hurt my fingies. Okay, so we have it hooked up. Now we have RS-485 on the Raspberry Pi. That was difficult and could have saved me a shitload of time. All right, so what do we got here? Dust. Whew. So the MCP2515, we have the modems. I don't know why there's two. Can't really see what they are. Why do we have two? Interesting. Is it like a second one? Oh, there's B and A. Oh, because it's RS-485 and CAN. Okay, so we have our high and low on CAN there. And then I guess this is 5 and 3 volts. And it's all hooked up properly, so we don't have to worry about it anymore. That's cute. Other control boards, okay. CAN transceiver, 120 ohm resistor on or off. Okay, so that's what the, oh, we don't have that. we don't have the terminating resistor. Mine's old enough. Well, 121 and then 103. I don't know if either of those are necessarily interesting. Huh. 201. Yeah, I don't know. None of those appear to be like a pull-up or a terminator, though. 103 seems to be going to ground, actually. But it's coming from pin 8 of the transceiver chip, which is not NXP. It's a different chip than we had before. I don't want to have to look up that chip. All right. Cool. So we got all that stuff, which is neat. Lightning proof and anti-electrostatic. Okay. So Miso and Mosi should be down here in 22 and int and clock select. Oh, here we go. Yeah, 21 and 19. Okay, so we are connected to those. 13, 12. What is that? WPI BCM. What does that even mean? Product show. Okay, so we got a slightly older one, but it should actually work just fine. And I can do jumpers on these. And then what? Then what? Well, we need something for it to communicate with, but let's first, I guess, just try to get it to hook up and see what's going on, if I can get all the software in there. Yeah, all right, Raspberry Pi power. Where am I getting that from? This is a 3B, so it doesn't have USB-C. So I'm going to hook it up to... I think I have a Raspberry Pi power supply kicking around somewhere around here. Might be in the bin with all the other Raspberry Pi stuff. That would make sense. It's not. It's not in here. What's that one? That's an Adafruit board. I think that's a clock. Oh, that's for the LED stuff. Yeah, that's right. Okay, no power supplies in here. So I think I saw one. I think I just threw one into my power supply bin. Over here, nope. That's going to be a negative Ghost Rider. All right, let's just get a USB cable and hook it up to my bench power supply. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. And then this one has 2 regular USB powers, right? Yeah. Okay, so we can use this one. It's probably going to not like the fact that it's, 5 volts exactly. No, yeah, I don't use power over Ethernet. If I upgraded the whole house to like Ubiquiti stuff for a couple $1,000s, then it would make sense for me to do a little power over Ethernet stuff, but we don't have things like that here. The newer Raspberry Pis are nice because they have USB-C power, which can request more, and so you don't have to deal with its weird power supply preferences. I'll just block the whole HDMI port, that's fine. Okay, so there's that. Bonk. And so, well, I mean, we could follow their tutorial, but I don't really think I need to do that. This is for, probably not for Node-RED anyway. Yeah, MCP 2515. Okay, so what do I do? Well, first of all, get into the Raspberry Pi. So let's open up WinSCP. WinSCP. And, oh, it doesn't, okay, new tab. This is the one actually, 123. Although hostname 124, let's try it. This one is probably actually 123. This has 123 test pi written on it. I made a label specifically so that I'd be able to find this. And then when SCP closes. I love this program. WinSCP again. Why would I want the program open if I've closed the connection? .80.0.85. Boobs. Yeah, boobs. Yeah, boobs. EO, boobs. What, I need to turn this back to 123. Oops. Edit. 123. Save. Log in. Potential security breach. Update. Okay, so terminal me up. Absolutely no warranty. Apt get up. Wait, what is the new one? There's a new one, isn't there? What am I supposed to apt get upgrade and update? There's a new one. Maybe I'll just do the old one. This is taking longer than actually running it. Why do you use double ampersands? Is that part of it? Yeah, it's like a new one. Control block to say if the first command doesn't work, then don't do the second. I see. This is like every time you open these, you pull one out of a bin, brush the dust off, and then you run these commands. Does this have Node-RED already? I don't think it does. I'm not sure. I don't think it does. What's the one again? It's not dot dot? Yeah, it doesn't like that. Pi. Survey. It's full of surveys. This thing is full of surveys. Yeah, I forgot the space. I got that eventually. Look, I'm getting my sea legs back. It's been a little while since we messed with this stuff. So I'm just gonna look up a tutorial. Raspberry Pi 3B Plus install Node-RED. You don't have Steam Locomotive installed. The fuck? I don't need you flexing your Linux skills around here. See, I don't even know that it's a joke. That's how little I know. Bash your curl. Copy. Right click. Because terminal has to be fucking weird. That's why. That's why we right click. Are you really sure you want to do this? Yeah, it fucking ruined my life. Would you like to install the Pi specific nodes? You bet your goddamn ass you want that. Hell yeah. Oh, that's cute. They got a little thing. Sudo rmrf. Yes, let's all do that command. People type, oh, ls and sl, I see. I see. I remember Linux was snippy with a friend of mine when he was trying to do this. It told him, like, running such and such in sudo is stupid or something was the error message. It just basically just straight up called him dumb. That didn't appear like... Node.js is not installed. Nah. I want to be specific about this. Shouldn't it go with the dependencies? Oh, the pages are all dead. Raspbian is Node installed. Well, we're headless, so I don't think we'd have it. So we can do an apt-get. I feel like I've done this recently. bat install Node.js and npm. So I got to do both of those. So apt get install. No, we don't. Apt install Node.js. The following packages have met dependencies. Unable to correct problems, you may have held broken packages. What the fuck is going on with this thing? Reasonably quick install. Version of Node.js is likely to be pretty old since the official repo doesn't get updated often. Fortunately, there are other ways. I think I've done this recently with a file server where I had to do all this crap. I did a sudo apt-get upgrade. Well, sudo apt upgrade, because we don't say get anymore. I typed too much bullshit into the console, so now sudo apt. I'll do. Oh yeah, you didn't have get. I read get, but did not see. Man, it's not actually there. Dist upgrade. Okay. But why did I type that hard to type character? Why is it German character? And I don't know what just happened. 0 upgraded, 0 installed, 0 to remove, and 0 not upgraded. Okay. And then now can I do install node? No, it still says it. These dependencies do not exist because for some reason this shit is so old. I think there was like a new way to do this. How old is this? Rev 38. What is all this crap? Install hydrogen. What the? Yeah, I did the update upgrade. It was the first thing that I did. Error messages complaining about versions. Well, up here was the error message for this, and it said, Node.js is not installed and no information is available. Depackage deb contents to list their contents. Oh, yeah, I could be on an old Raspbian. That's true. Can I just do this? No. Okay. Do I need to completely update this Raspberry Pi? I mean, it's not like I've really done anything with this one, so wiping it and just putting a new thing on here would probably be okay. Yeah, because I think I still have... What is the flasher called? Oh, you know what? I think I had a different... I think I just had it in my downloads. The whole app. Well, there's Node. Node MCU Pi Flasher. No, that's for WLED stuff, I think. What was that program called? Imager. No, that's not right. WinSC. No. Yeah, and I had the installer app because we've just done this. This stuff we've done very recently. I just need to remember what it was called. It's like Raspberry Pi Imager thing. Blue Jeans calculator, Chatterino, Cortana. What is that doing back on here? Game bar. I'm looking through my start menu. Image.exe? Is that really what it was called? I think it had a Raspberry Pi. I think I saw a Raspberry Pi logo on it. seemed rather far down on the list, but where is that? Image, there it is. We did this in 2025, 8/21. Oh wait, you know what? No. Is that just, or do I have it in Imager? Raspberry Pi Imager app, boom. Okay, so it's the same thing. Bonk. Choose the button. There's a newer version. Yes. Ah, yes, it opened in my social stream ninja thing covering chat. Just update etc. apt sources.list, which will be faster. That also means we won't get a new IP address. So, but didn't we just do that? We just did that. It's moved. Didn't they move it at some point? But didn't 2025, like August of 25? I remember having to do a bunch of stuff where we changed the URLs that it was sourcing from. I think that was on the file server though, so I'm not really sure what the state of all this scrap is. I'm just gonna re-image it. I'm gonna re-image it. I'm gonna unplug the Raspberry Pi right now that we're connected to, sever the connection, grab the SD card, and just reflash this puppy. I don't know if it'll retain its same IP address though. That's gonna be the issue, is that I'm gonna have to jump in and look for the IP. Where's my SD card flasher? Where are you, SD card thing? Here we go. RPi, yeah, here's a tip from my past self. I say RPi with USB 2.0. This is making sure that I use a USB 2.0 thingy-wingy with it. So then that plugs into the Nightmare plug, which is hanging out of the side of my weirdo, never got around to making a front face, water-cooled stream computer that now has double the RAM. More RAM. Garçon, more RAM, please. Por favor. Old bother was a bro. I have all the RAM. You guys don't know what fat stacks I'm sitting on here. Bro, I don't normally show off. I don't normally show off to chat how fucking rich I am. Oh yeah. Smell all that. Oh, that's money. That's money. This is DDR4. Did DDR4 go up in price with everything else, or is everyone just memeing about that? Those are backup stacks. I gotta put them in a safe place, far away from prying eyes. No, I am a fat sack, but that's a different issue entirely. Okay, hold on. And I gotta get back into the store. I'm trying to get back. Okay, I'm back. Choose your device. 3, model A, B, etc. I like that they make this easy. Headless, excuse me, I don't need a monitor. Who do you take me for? Where is that? Other. Are we, is this 64-bit all right in this thing? Does this support? 3, 4, 405. Okay, I guess 64. Debian Trixie with no desktop. Now, no desktop, compatible with Raspberry Pi, etc. Port of Debian Trixie. Recommended applications. No, we're just doing installed 64. Okay. Choose storage. Sure, let's put it on my sound driver. Okay, fine. We have to put it here. Would you like to apply? Yes. Just check. Services. SSH. Eject media. General. Glorious PC Master Race. Unhide this. It's just dead beef. Anime New York. Okay, that got that. Okay, that's all we need. Would you like to apply? Yes. All existing data. Yep, it's just a bunch of survey.csvs. There's a newer version of Imager available. What? Wait a minute. We just fucking did that. What the hell? Oh, you know what? Yeah, okay. No. Cancel. That's right. I forgot to open up the new program because we downloaded it and then I didn't open up the new one. Okay, run. Yes. Where did it? Hello? Imager? Oh, there it is. English. Previous Imager. Yes. Next. I accept any agreements immediately. Yoink. Yeah, no, I left the old one open. And it is a totally different. That's so weird. Okay, Raspberry Pi 3. Next. I like it when they totally change the layout and stuff. God. It might do it by Mac. I hope it does. Other OS Lite. Oh, see, now this one's Trixie. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's put that in there. Shove it in its gullet. Onto the SD card. ST4 billion. Yeah, whatever. Next. Choose host name. What is it? Pi? Well, this should be 123. 123. Test Pi. Yeah, just take all of my data. Host name. Oh wait, no, this is Abu Dhabi. English. I speak English. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N for New York. New York City. Nuke. Oslo? No. These are clunky menus. I do not like this. I would rather have a pull. Oh, it does have a pull bar. Never mind. Everything I say is wrong. East Coast is like, why do I have to do capital city? Washington, D.C.? W for Washington, D.C. Why do you need to know? Okay, whatever. New York, U.S. Next. Jeez. Pi. SPBERRY. I have no interest in security. None. Can you type? Press N. No, I'm not allowed to type anymore. There's a court order. SSID is a glorious PCMR, which is a stupid subreddit, but it's a unique name for my own little network here. Dead beef. I'll show it. Haha, everybody can see. Security experts are screaming. You would literally have to be outside the window to use my network. Next. Enable SSH with password. That's fine. What the fuck is Raspberry Pi Connect? What? Sign in to receive a token and enable Raspberry... no. Just no. Sign up for our survey. Email preferences. Right. The action is permanent. Oh, they make you wait a little bit so that you know the weight of hitting this button. I understand. Erase and write. I am a terrible person who pressed this button. Is your window far from France? Asking for a friend. You might be able to whip up a cantenna and maybe get into... You'd have to really... It would be quite a hat trick to slide your Wi-Fi through that opening. Because that's about it. I don't know what they did with the siding on these houses. I think they might have used the one that has like Mylar on the outside, because it is just completely detrimental for wireless signals in and out of the house. As soon as you get in the house, you are in my private Wi-Fi environment. Outside is a different animal. Too much work, I give up. Well, you tried, or you didn't try. I don't know. Either way, it's resolved. How far could an atmosphere bounce get you? You would have to do an atmosphere bounce, an ocean bounce, and then another atmosphere bounce, and just slide it right on in. Which is not something I expected to be saying on stream. No channel noise from the neighbors? Oh no, I assure you there's plenty of that. It's just not as prevalent as it should be. People are so stacked on top of one another in this neighborhood. Write another, and another, and another. And another, and another, and another. Love in a bottle, love in a bottle. Comes from a bottle, pack it up, knock it up, la 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 la. All right, so we got our new image. That took way less time than figuring out what all the eclectic Linux commands would have been to upgrade from the one system to the next. Because I remember having done that, and it was a bunch of crap. It was really annoying to do, and reflashing took us about 5 minutes, including all of my faffing about, which usually wastes quite a bit of time. I'll tell you something, Stream is not an efficient way to get things done. I have not been getting anything done outside of Stream, though. That's my problem. I know we still need to do the apt-get update stuff, but I mean, putting in like the manual repository locations and stuff like that. I went through that with the file server when I had to upgrade it all around, and it was a beast. Will it work this time? Starting a pool. If I had more active moderation, which it's okay that we don't, bets like that would be able to be started. I got an update package order before Christmas. I'm hoping that McMaster-Carr can get me my Rails. If you guys, because you know it's a revolving door, people come and go. For the Sin Pit, I guess I'm gonna have to start calling it. I did order Rails. I did a ton of research to figure out where to buy these fractional Rails, and I have been just circling. Not only the fact that it's the holiday season, but there's apparently a place that's like a couple miles north of me that does these Rails for like industrial customers. I got a quote from them and it was a reasonable price, which is like hundreds of dollars, right? Because these are big Rails. I mean, these are for building like big furniture. And I want a stable base for all of this stuff. I could have gone out, could have bought blocks of wood. I could have built this thing out of tubers, 2x4s. I wanted to use the metal because it can be rolled into other projects later on. Like, down the line, what if fuck this seat, I don't want to use it anymore, and so I have like a robot arm that I want to put somewhere. Oh, look, I've got a base that can hold 10,000 pounds, right? That's kind of the reason I'm not using just wood. Wood is a really good material to be doing stuff like this with, especially if you're stapling things together like I am. I also want a little pizzazz because I'm a streamer. So I am going to spend hundreds of dollars on the Rails, but I found out McMaster-Carr, even with the ridiculous shipping and their surcharge, beats out all the other competition on buying these things. Even the local place. Local place was going to drive over there, grab some, learn how to weld. No, because the metal costs would be similar. And I've got a lot of the frame rail hardware. So I've got like offcuts and stuff like that I can use to make things like, you know, the armrests that'll hold the joysticks and things like that. So I am going with the sectional or the extrusion frame rail. I just spent a ridiculous amount of money on the stuff. Oh, the program just closed. Cool. God, can I, WinSCP, can I have a talk with you, please? When I close the tab, I don't necessarily want to close out the whole program. All right, now, 1, 2, 3 may not, it might be 1, 2, 5. I'm gonna try 1, 2, 3 though. Okay, we've got a bunch of surveys in it, apparently. Where is our version? Program included with the Debian GNU Linux. GNU Linux warranty. Let's check. How do I? What command am I looking for? 5 simple ways. grep version, etc. Oh my god. Try it. Linux users not shaking the non-user friendly. Version 8, Jesse. Raspbian GNU Linux 8. Is that what we're up to? Some say welding is pretty hot, but I think it's cool. Yeah, so what Raspberry Pi have we been logging into? Where would that one be? What are you? You're full of a bunch of surveys, and somehow you're still powered up. What are you? Where is this thing? Where is this Raspberry Pi that's powered up and full of surveys in my shop? I've moved away from the Raspberry Pis. I shouldn't have any. This should be the only powered up Raspberry Pi. No, I don't think there are sleepers. Let's do the this looks a little different from before, so I think it's actually, well, not really. It is getting a lot though. Yeah, I guess I could unplug it and see if anything happens. Does it remember my old commands? Yes, that's concerning. Wait, RTL? I was never messing with RTL. Did I log into somebody else's Raspberry Pi? Uptime, that's a good one. I'll do that in just a second. Okay. RTL to no ham radio. Wait, that's my RPi. Oh no. Oh my god. Meanwhile, in some server room, everything's on fire and people are running around. Here's a nice fart to calm you down. Uptime. Downtime. Is that cannot be 20 hours. Where is this Raspberry Pi? Is this the 3D printer? This might be the 3D printer. I don't think 124 is the 3D printer though. That's me. Oh yeah, hostname. Okay, this is the 3D printer. I've logged into the 3D printer. I've logged into the 3D printer twice. Close that. I'm so sorry, 3D printer. Wait, I guess I could check to see if, what's it called? Octopi local. Oh, what did I do on this one? Was it? No, this one I think was secure. I put too much security on this. Octopi has been running for a long time, and it may be old and tired. It looks as though it is old and tired. It probably needs a reset. It probably needs a slight little reset. Your Python version is past the end of life. Oh my god, I haven't used a printer in a little while. Under voltage detected. What? Before we upgrade, I just wanna test something. Where'd you reload? I don't think it's this machine. Yeah, when isn't a 3B plus throwing under voltage errors? But my printer traditionally did not. It's pretty spot on. I don't know if this is, then what Pi is it? Okay, I'm trying to think. The Raspberry Pis that I have, the only ones that are plugged in are the one that's on the desk right now. No longer, the refrigerator, the one that runs the refrigerator is no longer in use. That one's not in circulation. And then the only other one would be the one that's in the 3D printer. That would be currently powered up. But if I hit reset on it, then why is Octopi still loading? Yeah, it's not connected to the printer. It's just running here. And then Clipper is running here, but... Oh, so maybe that... But shouldn't restart the whole Raspberry Pi? Yeah, let's try the IP and the URL. So 2.123 is not Octopi. Oops, I don't want that. Reboot. There we go. Okay, so that killed the network connection. I hit reload here. If it comes back up, I mean, we are getting this. Yeah, so that's not the right, that's the 3D printer is a different Pi. I just don't know why all those commands were already in there. So I think it is the right Pi. I think we are getting into the right Pi, but why does it seem like it's so old? We gotta give this thing a minute to reboot. Oh, maybe the cache is stored in WinSCP. So that doesn't actually come from the device. Okay, I'm learning new stuff. Okay, we're back in. We got all our surveys for some reason. Oh, I don't want a new tab. Yeah, because here are the other ones. The printer is 118. So yeah, this is not. So we are actually getting into the right one. So nothing to upgrade, nothing to update. So now we redo what we did before as if it's going to change. So back over to here, this Raspberry Pi stuff. I'll tell you what. Shouldn't Node-RED be installing? It should install that stuff with it. Oh my God, I've got so many windows open. I'm sorry, everybody. That's for when we actually get Node running. First, we need to install Node. Okay. So write a script to install Node.js, NPM, and Node-RED into a Raspberry Pi and other platforms running Debian-based OS. The script can also be used to upgrade existing install when release is available, running the following command. So copy that. I just got a notification saying you're streaming. Huh. It seems a little late into the stream, huh? Are you sure you want to do this? Yes. See the optional parameters by running this will help. No. I refuse. Would you like to install the Pi specific nodes? Yes. Are you root? Never heard of them. Yeah, I think I'm root. I'm not sudoing it. I am root. Please work. Oh, that's right, I'm pi. Can I sudo the command? Will that work? I don't really know what I'm doing. Let's be clear. Sudo should probably work. I don't have to root myself. So this is going to fail again. Probably didn't even need to do this. Womp womp. Sudo do this. Oh, sudo right click. Bonk. Sudo bash curl. No. Did I put anything in there? Bash dev. No such file or direct. What? Bash sudo bash bash bash. Thingy, no thingy. It's the same thing. Yeah, let's try sudo doing it. Do I have to put dash in there? Pi user has not been changed. This is a security risk. Oh my god. Whatever. She's eating him, and then she's gonna eat us. Oh my god. Yes, and then yes. Would you like to install Pi nodes? Yes. Again, just yes. I'm saying yes to everybody. We are now root. No, I just sudo it. Sudosu. That did not go in the bin. That bounced all over the place. We got, it's almost 4. Arduino Q seems very similarly bothersome. This is one of those things where like you get it to install and then like forget. You just forget forever. Why is this not installing properly? It's going to do the same thing again. There are extra parameters you can pass to the script, add help to the end. The script will work on any Debian-based operating system, including Ubuntu and Diet Pi. You may need to run sudo apt install build essential git curl first to assume npm. Okay, so yeah, let's do that. That's probably the problem. We just needed to read the tutorial. This is, if you guys notice, I will suddenly completely ignore chat and like read something, and that usually fixes our problem. Is this RPi on Trixie? It should be, although it seems like we got weird responses when we tried to like see what it is, what's going on. How do I get out of this? I don't think I can do it twice. No, no, that doesn't work either. Exit. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's do what they told us to. Sudo apt install build essential git curl. 23 megabytes out of my 4 gigs. Are you kidding me? No. I'm going to build it myself because I'm a Linux user. I'm going to program it in V. Install the packages without verification. Oh my, yeah, let's give me the thing. Thank you for your help, everybody, by the way. I appreciate you Linux heads. You guys knowing what stuff to push and press and make me do so that I ruin my computer. Do it, do it, do it. Come on, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it, Jedi. Come on, Jedi, do it. Jedi, Jedi, look over here. Bitch, do it. Do it, Jedi, Jedi. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I think it's going to fail in the same way again. This whole roundabout, when you check the version of the RPi, was on Jesse, but you flashed the SD card with Trixie and never actually figured it out. That's kind of what I'm concerned about too. What is .123 then? Because this is supposed to be the only thing that can carry .123. We're getting the same error. Yeah, it failed. It failed. Why? Also, var log, Well, this thing's full survey. I don't see us logging into like a random Raspberry Pi that I magically have powered and hidden in my walls, because like I don't have any more Raspberry Pis hooked up than what's already out there. So when we completely reflash the SD card, why would an old thing show up using their tools? Did I log into like an Alexa somewhere and I'm somehow like fucking with its brain? This is going to take down like half of North America if I type the wrong thing into the command, because I can't for the life of me fathom what device I've logged into. Ping the host name you put into Imager. I hate running both Windows and Linux consoles at the same time. Okay, 123 is responding, so should have been 123 test Pi. Yeah, the entire American military, all these missiles start launching in the background. Is that what I just did? Did I just use the host name properly, or do I need to type any other weird stuff into command in order to do that? I don't know. Let me look at the devices that are actually on the network right now. I gotta log into the router again. I hate doing this on stream, but... Oh, did I do dev Pi? Was it dev or test? We'll try it. Let's try dev. CMD Dynamite. Okay, ping 123 dev Pi. I think I called it test Pi, but we could try this. It's capitalization matter. It's gonna say fart. It ain't that. That's so weird. Why did the version list so old? If this is the only Pi that I think I can log into. All right, I'm gonna check on the router. .1. Watch me have the other camera on my hand that's typing all the passwords in. View the list. Okay, so .123 is called Raspberry Pi, not test 123 test Pi. Bulb 1, NAS server, Fartbox, Nintendo. Why is that thing on the okay, whatever. Raspberry Pi, Octopi is 119. There is a MAC address, it's probably my phone, at 118. That's a rogue bulb. The Fartbox, the NAS server. Some Dyson device. What is, wait a minute. I think that's my upstairs fan. Another bulb, and then my desktop computer. Why is there a Dyson device on this thing? This has to be it. I mean, 123 as a Raspberry Pi. There's no other devices like that say 123 test anywhere. The OS version and host name are not as expected. Why didn't the host name get into that? The programmer said it was good, right? There wasn't an error message in there, I don't think. I guess we should do the unplug and ping, you're right. That's a good way to do it. Let me open up command, CMD, and then we kill the Raspberry Pi. No, don't do this to me. Okay, so that's dead. Ping. Why is the G key weird? Ping 192. 168. We're hacking. Hello. Request timed out. Okay, so that we were actually getting into this Raspberry Pi. Why was the version listed as being so old? Oh yeah, this is... Okay, that's dead. Something you built and then forgot about. No, this is us. This is us. And it is the SD card that I flashed. The 4 gigabyte, 8 gigabyte. What did I flash? What did I flash? No, because that drive is huge. Okay, hold on. And it also, I don't think this program lists full platter HDDs anymore. Let's just try Imager again. Hold on, where'd OBS go? I minimized OBS. Oh, good, I didn't close it this time. Good. All right, sorry. It's actually its own app. So this, an Imager. We used to call these applications. Do 3. This thing. Light. Wait a minute. Which disk is that? The 4 terabyte disk? Huh. Yeah, this 500 gig. I don't know where that one is. What is that? Oh. Yeah, I might have done the storage drive. I might have lost a whole bunch of streams just then. I don't really care that much, but I think we did put it on the wrong drive. Fascinating. All right, well, that sucked. I wonder if I can undo it suddenly. So it wasn't recognizing the card reader. That's what was going on. Yeah, come play with the computers, they said. It's easy, they said. Yeah, that's the storage hard disk that I've got on this thing, and it was full of basically just dreck. It was all my old streams, so those will be lost forever, but they're also on YouTube, so if I ever want to edit, I can just get them off of YouTube. I won't get the original OBS version of them, but everything's in 1080p anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know why it let me... No, it didn't let me choose a network drive. It let me choose a platter drive that was connected to the OS, to the computer. They were streams of my crimes, yeah. Well, the last time I did a big upload to YouTube, I was debating whether or not I wanted to actually be storing any of my old streams, because that was that whole big push to upload, was getting everything over to YouTube, right? And so Tears in the Rain and all that, those are gone, which means I guess I'm never going to be uploading those full ones, but now all the streams are on YouTube anyway, so. It was this drive. Yeah, it was a platter drive that I've connected to everything. So it did not recognize USB from this, which is connected to the USB. So the question is, will it? There we go. Now we got an autoplay boot D. So, I mean, yeah, like I'm pretty annoyed, but generic storage device instead of a specifically named drive. What I can do is I can run some of my disk tools on this and probably recover most of it. I don't think it would have overwritten anything. So we'll see. We'll see whether or not I can just run some disk recovery tools on it and get it back. I was wondering why it did it so fast. It's censoring Raspberry. Enable SSH, use password. Raspberry Pi Connect, no. And that's everybody. To generic storage device. There we go. Yeah, data's probably on it. It probably wrote that in the first open addresses, so I can probably run some quick disk tools and get it to be back into what it was. Although the file system changes. Did it too quick for any of us to warn them. You guys didn't know what it would show up as. I should have seen that in that it had the platter drive name, but it was, and the fact that it was listing 4 terabytes instead of gigabytes. I thought, oh, it's a 4 gigabyte SSD, you know, 4 gigabyte flash drive. But then as soon as I picked up the Raspberry Pi and looked at the drive itself, like I looked at the actual thing, it said 8 gigabytes. And I went, oh no, oh no, oh no. So that's what happened. We overwrit a platter drive where I store all of my old streams. What happens is when a platter drive fills up with the old streams, because I store them on the SSD in a format where if the computer crashes, it doesn't lose a lot, right? It's sort of an open format that can be written to. And so when I'm streaming, that means that if we crash, I don't lose a lot. Once that SSD fills up, I move them over to an old platter drive that I get out of my server. So I'm upgrading my server to have 6 terabyte drives. And when one of these platters fills up, I'll buy a 6 terabyte drive, put it in the server and re-image, and then I'll have a blank drive to put all my old streams into. So I've got 3 drives sitting on the shelf that are all 4 terabyte drives that are full of my old streams. When I sat down to upload to YouTube, I sat here with the drive platter, plugged the thing in, and just went through all the things to upload them to YouTube. Took forever. I'm not on like a priority connection to YouTube, so the upload took hours and hours. There's something like, there's a handful of streams that just didn't make it, and then from that point on, I started streaming to YouTube directly. So technically, the ones that I'm saving now, not really that necessary to save. Those last for like 10 to 20 years? Maybe, yeah. a deep recover? No, I think I can do a pretty shallow recover and get all the stuff back. Although my motivation for doing it is very low. I don't know if I really should bother, to be my own namesake. I don't know if I really need to bother to recover it because it's redundant anyway. Although there's little bits and pieces from when I'm not streaming to YouTube. There's like one stream in there that I didn't do to YouTube, but basically YouTube is functioning as my stream archive, so I don't really need to do this. I am jealous of the freedom of Flatulent Gonad in that his content is always only live. He doesn't record streams, he doesn't have VODs. If he's on, you can watch it. That's it. I love it when they say the name of the movie in the movie. Yeah, like when Han Solo was teaching Luke Skywalker to fly the Millennium Falcon and he's holding on to the feathers. It's an Upright Citizens Brigade sketch, I think. I think that was UCB. 99, 100. See, this is taking the appropriate amount of time, aside from marking 3 terabytes of streams as nothing, which it did in like 10 seconds. And it takes longer to verify because the read-write is slower. All right, so that solved our mystery of the random Raspberry Pi that wasn't upgrading for some reason. So now we are back on that step. Now I've had to do data recovery once due to an accidental reformat. Forget how many days it took to recover a 4 terabyte drive, but all the metadata and file names are lost. Ooh, that's bad. I don't know if that'll be the case. I don't think it will. Although this was a reflash of the drive, so I think it might just be properly buggered. It might have gotten to the whatever the file sectors are that you shouldn't touch. Yeah, no, absolutely no. Nothing will ever go wrong. What is this stream? I'm going to throw this stream out afterwards. It's just a stream of me faffing about with Linux and then discovering that I always had all the tools that I always needed for all this stuff, and I could stop fucking around and getting it wrong. I wouldn't have destroyed an entire drive. I probably would have had RS-485 and CAN bus communicating on this thing by now. I would have had Node-RED on the drive. I could have done all of this stuff, and I would have been cool and popular, and I would have had viewers, and people would be like, oh, Bother, you're so cool. But no, I'm sitting here with you idiots. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not actually going to call you guys idiots. You guys are actually smarter than me in just about every perceivable way. Where's the YouTubers? Why are they not talking? They're dead. YouTube is dead. YouTube died. Actually, I have like 4 viewers on YouTube. 4 people on YouTube have watched me fuck about with this thing and get it completely wrong. Oh, I used no potty words. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I used no potty words, YouTube. Please don't send people out to kill me like in the Matrix with the squid bots. I'll show you $1. All right, so now this thing should be fine. The things we do, chat. The things we do. I like your optimism. You shut your hole. How dare you call me Optimus Prime? All right, so now, presumably, probably not at this address, but we'll try. I'll give it a second and then we'll try it. Give it a minute to, you know, come to life and say, wait, I am real. I'm alive. I'm an operating system. And then it'll get on the network and it'll say, hey, network, what's up? I'm new here. My name is, and it goes, your IP, we already know you. We've seen your MAC address before. Green light flashes. An old Raspberry Pi. Okay, let's see if we can get into this. I'm really pissed off that that went so smoothly onto the platter drive. All right, I'm gonna have to open the router because it's giving it a new IP. A new IP. One, two. 2.1. View list. Nothing. We have Octopi. We have, oh, Raspberry Pi. In 123. Okay, so it is actually on the same spot. It did do it by MAC address. Wish AI didn't kill prices. Might have finally got around to buying a PC upgrade. Had the current stuff to go into a NAS. Yeah. Warning, security breach. Yeah, just update the numbers. Now is a really bad time to buy computer stuff at best. You should wait until the whole market crashes, but I don't know when that's going to happen. Although the signs are there. If you followed NFTs, it seems a lot like late game NFT going on right now. Host is not communicating. Authentication failed. Why is this so jumpy? What's going on here? Oh, it's jumpy because this is already logged in. What the hell? What the Yeah, buying a pre-made like a little bit ago. Okay. Now it doesn't have the memory of my previous commands. Cool. Thanks, man. Okay, so script will work on any Debian, including diet-py. You may need to run... Okay, so let's run sudo apt install. Oh, actually... apt-get... We have to say our mantra before using a Linux computer. Update. Unable to lock directory. Could not open lock file. Huh? Sudo apt update and no, that's $signs. Those are the ones in my eyes. Upgrade. Okay. Red. Syphilid 8 subbed for 59 million billion months. Hey, Syphilid 8. Thank you. 3 packages can be upgraded. Run apt list upgradable to see them? I don't care. Wait, bash, upgrade, not... Wait, update. Would it be apt update and apt upgrade? Yeah, that's probably what it is. Should put the and file in a different place. The double ampersand should be, it should repeat the whole thing. EEPROM got an update. Oh my God. Okay, so now let's do, yeah, the full command after the and. Where's the command that I put in? Okay. Oh, is this the upgrade? And I just, yeah, I put the wrong. I think it's okay. Oh boy, here I go, installing stuff. Let's bash this mofo. Copy. Now, can I do it with this, or am I going to have to sudo su? Let's try it. Are you really sure you want to do this? Yeah, I'm sure. Do you want to install the Pythons? Yes. Again, yes. This time it can't even stop Node-RED. Okay, there it goes. Like, man, how weak are you? Can't even stop Node-RED. Node shouldn't be installing by root, or else you can't use npm. I don't know what that means. The problem is I don't know what that means. You saw me. I flashed over a hard drive during this stream. I shouldn't be allowed anywhere near a computer at this point. What a shit show. Jeez. We are once again at this juncture. Please, 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 please. Give me that little check. Just a little check. Just give me that little. Just to do the check. Just once. Just show me what the check mark looks like. Just so I just want it. Just please. Just do it. Just a little. Boop boop. Just a little doot 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 doot. Just a little. Just give me a little. Just a little check. The little doot doot. Just down and then up at a 45-degree angle, right? You just check. You just check. Why is it taking so long? You just check. You just check. This is really taking quite a long time. Why are you torturing me? This is torture. This is against the Geneva Convention. There's probably a couple like Human Rights Watch things that this is against. This is not. Maybe slow is good. It's possible. It's possible. That is just inhaling. You've popped the pressure regulator off of the bottle of copium, and it's currently hissing into your face. But that is maybe a positive thing. This is like liquid hopium expanding, flash expanding into a gas. It says 20 plus minutes. Okay, we're not doing that. Oh, it's a check mark and my cursor. We finally did it after destroying an archive, a 4 terabyte archive of streams in the process, in the crossfire. We finally got Node-RED to install. Oh my God, what a disaster stream. I do have to end pretty punctually today because I'm taking care of the puppy tonight. I am the sole proprietor of my corgi, and she's very cute, and I want her to be alive. So I have to walk and feed her. We've got a little bit of time. We got about a half hour. Hopefully this thing doesn't. This really tripped me up though. All this Linux stuff really tripped me up. I should have been more careful. That's a life lesson, though. That's a life lesson of double checking stuff. Try and access the hard drive. It's not showing up on the list of hard drives on this machine, so. Yeah, and it did a stream of pain, yes. It did everything very oddly fast. So I don't know. I don't know if I can get it back. I might be able to, but it's on like a weird Linux OS now. I think maybe a good recovery tool might be able to get to it. Hopefully a free recovery tool. But then again, like, you know, I'm back and forth on that. The reason I'm not too bothered by it, I mean, I am, but I'm not that bothered by it, is that I don't need that archive. I'm not editing my videos, you know? While I could benefit greatly from editing videos, I think if I'm going to make like a dedicated YouTube video, I'm just going to get all my own footage. Nothing too incredibly shocking has happened on stream lately, aside from what I just did. Make a clip of Bother deleting his entire storage drive by accident. Ugh. So yeah, these install steps are taking some time. But I'm very curious as to see what types of speeds are achievable on CAN bus with the Raspberry Pi and Node-RED. I have an odd feeling that Node-RED is going to slow it down significantly, but that may not be a problem for us. We have to have Node-RED interpret everything, but then Node-RED has to build new packets and send it out to the next thing. So I don't know. That's why I have the block of wood out, even though we didn't even get to use it today. I was going to mount the stuff to the block of wood. Currently, we're trying to get the Raspberry Pi, which is the crucial component to all of this, to start doing its thing. Building your own Node-RED based car. That would be kind of silly and hilarious. I mean, at worst, you could make it do the user display stuff, which will be a little slower. Had a lot of fun watching the stream. Have fun with your puppy. I'm not leaving quite yet. We're gonna hang out for a little bit. I miss the days when Willow would come downstairs and visit me, but ever since she saw what happened to Kaya, she does not come down and visit me because streamers cannot be trusted around animals. She used to march down here and hang out, and she would sleep under the desks. So you can see there, she's got her little bed and some blankets that she likes. Her new position is to stuff her head right there so that she's not looking at anything, but then she'll get too hot and then come out and sit this way and then eventually move to the fan, and then she'll just go upstairs and leave. And if I dare sit on my streaming stool, the one that I'm sitting on now, she leaves. She just leaves. She goes, "You don't need me here anymore. You don't need me here anymore. I'm going to get out of here." But she used to come downstairs and like visit and like give her treats and stuff. Yeah. I don't know what it is. She just doesn't like me yelling at the furniture, I think. Are we done? Hey man, yeah, this dude is yelling at the furniture. I can't trust this, so I'm gonna go upstairs. I don't know if I should touch it. Isn't there something that makes high-pitched noises? To what end? Okay, I'll just wait. I mean, she, on days when the front door, like there's activity at the front door that she doesn't like, and I'm not streaming, she will come downstairs and do that whole routine of sleeping at my feet. Whoa. Do not expose Node-RED to the open internet. Do not feed it after midnight. Follow the guide, blah, 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 additional recommendations. Remove the pseudo-doers. Pi-nopsis word. Jesus Christ. Customize the initial settings. Node-RED admin init. This tool will help you create a Node-RED settings file. Okay. Notify you when there's a new version available. What is, oh, there's like a little yes, no selector. The project's feature allows you to version control your flow using local Git. No. I don't want this thing connected to the internet at all. This thing is connected to MQTT. What the fuck? Select a theme for the editor. To use a theme other than default, you will need to install Node. Oh god, no, let's just default that. Select the text editor component to use the Node-RED editor. What is this? I don't remember doing this when I installed Node on other stuff. Allow function nodes to load external modules. Sure, yeah, let's do that. Okay, so now we go to 192.168.2.123, and what's the port for Node-RED? Is it 8,000 or 4,000? I think we changed the other one to 8,000, so my node over here, no, we might still be 1880. Yeah, I remember 1880 now. 2.123.1880, so that should absolutely be Node. I don't know why it's not. Maybe it takes a minute to start up. No. Does this automatically... All right, let's check the tutorial that we're not reading. Set up Node-RED as a service. Locally, you can use Node-RED command to run Node-RED in a terminal. Stop. So maybe I should restart it. Oh, Node-RED. Can I do it like a status? Oh, I see. Okay. Sudo system1 enable Node-RED service. Create symlink system multi-target blah 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 Node-RED service. Okay, so that's auto start on boot. So presumably now I can Node-RED start. Node-RED start. Oh, okay. I checked the MQTT broker. Whose? Mine runs off of the file server. Is this, wait, so this just goes, okay, so. Look at this. Let's take a moment to discover a new feature. Hey, oh. Okay, neat. So now I want to get a node. Manage palette, I believe, is what I'm looking for. And I wish to install cache link nodes. Canal. Chart. Okay, so we got to go back to this. That's an NPM rather, sorry. So I guess I need to stop this. And then run their npm install CAN bus. Ah, why did you add all this stuff? Nope. Oh, do I have to sudo this? I guess we'll find out. No, npm unsupported engine. What are you talking about? Node contrib CAN bus requires node 12. Current is version 20. Huh? Do I need to add sudo to it? Is that what's going on? We'll find out in a minute, I guess. It seems to be doing stuff. Oh, or are you telling me no sudo? I need like a crumb of context, because there's significant amounts of delays between your messages and what I'm reacting to. Oh, lots of errors. Whoa. Okay, start at the beginning. Make leaving directory. It worked if it ends with OK. What? Do I need to run this as sudo? When was the last time this was updated? 10 years and 10 months ago. Oh no. Okay, do I need to do this? I probably should look for a better CAN bus for Node. This one looked nice though. I don't know if there are others. You can install a specific version of Node using NVM. But this should, I mean, this should, by all means, this should work with the newer one. I mean, I could also have something that runs the Raspberry Pi CAN bus stuff. This would have been the easiest way to do it, though. Simple nodes for CAN bus management on Linux machines based on SocketCAN NPM package. This was probably last touched in the year 1904. How to enable virtual CAN channel. Node contrib CAN bus. There's a repository. Install npm I node something or other CAN bus. Let's try that again. GitHub issues? I shall try. I shall endeavor to try. 5. Dun dun dun. Please update the package. Can't view and hex properly. New version of SocketCAN and Node-RED. Problem with install. Project requires extra library. Oh my God. This is from 9 years ago. Installing this node, really wish to use it. Can you please help? There's messages that are returned when issuing the install command. Warn registry, unexpected warning, miscellaneous warning, EAI. That's a lot of stuff. See number 4 and number 5 to solve the issue. Change the title. Node CAN issues error and blah, blah, blah. What? Number 52. Was already fixed with 2.4.0. Node-RED is depending on an old version. Please check with the Node-RED package manager. See the following Node-RED issue. Facing the same problem. Giant error message. SocketCAN. So upgrading this library to 2.4.0 should do the job. So I probably need to install SocketCAN first. Sorry for the response. All right, so SocketCAN, I believe we need to put in there. Dear Lord. Do I really need to actually install that with that? Where's that other one? page we were just on. I was looking at one of the issues was it needs other stuff to install. I just want to double check with that. Greetings, I'm on Ubuntu. USB library failed to load after investigation, make not work. So that get installed. Oh, I don't need that then. I'm fine with that. I'm not using USB. I am using stupidity. Okay, so then we have, close that for right now. SocketCan. Node.js SocketCan extension. SocketCan is a socket-based implementation of the CAN bus protocol for the Linux system. For Linux systems. So SocketCan is, I think, what we need. Send and receive CAN messages, and then it uses this. And so I need to get that. Clone the repository, install the Raspberry Pi kernel headers. Wait, do I need to clone the repository? .git? No, hold on. Oh, dear Lord, this is complicated. Okay, so how do I do that? Git cloning is not something I really know what to do about. Is this like built in? Can I just, oh yeah, my G key. My G key does not like to type. I don't think this is how you do it. I think I'm messing this up. Yeah, no, that's stupid. Okay. Because this is installing it from that GitHub, right? So don't I need to, I need a more of a walkthrough solution here. That was correct, you just don't have Git? Isn't Node-RED installing SocketCan? Look, from what I saw on the thing, they said you need like a newer version of SocketCan. The command is there, but it's not formatted. Oh. Hey, 3D Printer Shack. We're having the usual Linux-y kind of day. I've already reflashed one of my storage hard drives and lost probably 10 months of streaming archives. How's it going, Haystack? Yeah, it's so casually just completely erased the hard drive. It's fine. I can probably recover it if I need to or really desire to, which I kind of don't at the same time. I don't know. Why is that red? Oh, don't format the disk. That's going to be asking me that until I remove the hard drive and get it into a recovery cart. So what I was seeing is on the GitHub issues page, (2019, 2019, 2018, 2016). Please update the package. Can't view CAN bus message in hex. Issue with the new version of SocketCan and Node-RED. Problem with install. So problem with install. And they have that giant error message. Here's the message that returned when doing the thing. Error, 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 pre-OK, blah, 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 blah. That's similar to what we got. And so they said, see number 4 and number 5 to solve this issue. So number 4. We have the following issue trying to install the latest version. Is there anything simple? Change the title. Issue with the new version of SocketCan in Node-RED. NodeCan issues errors building on Node 11, blah, blah, blah. Thingy, thingy, thingy that I don't understand. Similar error structure. And then, as they brought a substantiative improvements in the CAN connection process, I would not consider downgrading as an acceptable option. Please let us know if we could help. This seems to be an issue with SocketCAN, so upgrading this library to 2.4.0 should do the job. Version 8, it's node related. Update SocketCAN version. Sorry for the late response. I've updated SocketCAN. Issue persists. Go to the module installation directory. Node-RED contrib CAN bus. Modify package JSON. Remove old node modules, RMRF node modules, and install new dependencies, npm I. This will spit some warnings, but it shouldn't crash. What? Oh boy. I feel like they grabbed Roboz to design a Sims 4 character and then turned it into an Elden Ring character for an emote. For the purple guy? I'm figuring out a new printer layout, and I got my 9th printer ordered. Bamboo Labs, 9 printers? What are you doing? They're talking about upgrading with that code. Mine won't even install. Shit. Is this the only solution for Node-RED CAN? Node-RED Node-LED. Terminal DM CAN bus with Node-RED. Seed Studio Wiki. Need to get and send CAN bus messages via Node-RED. From the Victron community. Possible problem would be that you required a compatible bit. Okay, this is not informed. I'm trying to get Node-RED CAN bus, and that's contrib SocketCAN. Seed CAN bus. Maybe. Can write and can read. I can do neither of those. All right, Seed CAN bus. Let's see if Seed Studio is going to save us, huh? I would love to shoot money in your face right now. We were going to do a Money Gun stream, but this CAN stuff all came in the mail. And I finally broke down and actually ordered the aluminum rails. So Money Gun will come back. We will bring that back. You will soon be able to shoot money into my face. I'll probably have to make that a significant monetary amount, though, to be honest. Was that was a Roboz Sims? I don't remember that one. NPM is doing its little dance in the corner there. You can see it doing its little status bar. That song is just stuck in my head, and it's like 4 parts to the song, and it's used in all sorts of different scenes, but it fits perfectly. Kind of crazy. The indie animation being able to eke every single iota of usage out of what they paid money for. It's like, I paid $3,000 for this song. I'm going to use every single, I'm going to use it like 50 times. I don't know how much music actually costs. If you have a composer come in and make a song for your thing, how much does that cost? Depends on who you get, I guess. Depends on who you get. Uh-oh, what happened? Added 69 420 packages in 1 minute. 6 packages are looking for funding. Good for them. All right, so that means that we can start up Node-RED. What? Oh, okay. it's going. Yeah, I don't know. Should it be like $7 just because 7's a weird number? Or should it be 20 just because it is a huge interruption of what I'm doing? Oh, cool. It's running at 127.0.1. Let's all go to this address. $6.70. Brain rot. Okay, 192. Dot 168 dot 2 dot 123 1880. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so now, supposedly, down here, we're going to have Raspberry Pi, GPIO, in, out, mouse, keyboard, storage. Okay, so where's our parser sequence? Output, we only have play audio. Network stuff, so none of this stuff. So it is in NPM. Do I need to manage palette? Grove base hat, seed recamera. All right, let's go back to the tutorial thing. Maybe I forgot something. That's the wrong one. We want this one. No, we want this one. Based on CAN utils, CAN bus control, recamera gimbal motor control. What? Gimbal motor control node for controlling the motors of the recamera gimbal. Oh, so this is for a specific thing. Provides a series of easy-to-use nodes that enable users to interact with CAN bus effortlessly through the nodes. Yes, okay. Install, npm install, and then, oh, I need CAN utils, okay. So we're stopping Node-RED again. Control C. Stop. Stop. CAN utils. Yeah, it's been a day. It's been a day. From 2023. Oh, it's slightly newer than the stuff we're installing. Okay, there we go. And anything else that they want. Standard format, data 0, output, frame input and output. Okay, I gotta learn how CAN bus works a little better too. I don't know a ton about how specifically it works. So that should have installed it, right? Node-RED nodes for gimbal. But this is their sort of like update to CAN bus control. So we have CAN config, write, and read. So that should absolutely be, so let's start up Node again. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Choose a side. I'm just about out of time. We'll go a little bit longer. I want to get the CAN bus stuff like in here, and then next stream we can actually take a look at all the things going on. Every time you say bus, I shudder at the thought of programming Modbus again. You got to do some soul searching on that one, because buses are very useful. I don't know about buses. I'm not into that. Let's see. So, storage, parser, Raspberry Pi. Do we still need to like get nodes from something? Manage palette. Parser, play audio, GPIO, ping, random serial port, smooth. CAN is not on here. Do I just do that? Before installing, please read the nodes documentation. Some nodes have dependencies that cannot automatically be resolved. Install. I guess that's what we do. I don't have anything to feed it CAN bus. That's the only other problem that we have. Unless we power on this derelict seat computer that I have over here. But I don't know if the seat can tries to communicate outwardly on CAN bus. Put it in my 3D printer. That CAN bus is like stacked like a house of cards. CAN is still used in cars because it's quick. It's very fast protocol. But there's a couple different CAN buses used in cars, and recently, what they've sort of splintered into, instead of everything using CAN, things that are low priority will use something like LIN bus, or BMW has an optical system that they use for like audio and other stuff like that, like user inputs and stuff. And then there's like K-bus that BMW uses. There's a bunch of like lower priority, smaller protocol kind of buses that are used as like a cheaper implementation of a bus system that saves on wires. It saves like having a ton of wires going everywhere in the car. There are also safety CAN buses and high-speed CAN buses in cars. I think it's mostly CAN still though. And the whole thing about CAN is the compatibility, is that you can have a auto mechanic plug into the OBD port and, you know, look at some of the CAN buses from there and actually do some legitimate diagnostics on a car and not need to buy all the tools from the automaker, who will charge an absolute shitload for them. But yeah, it's a mess. It's definitely a mess, but I still think cars are still using CAN. Okay, so now we have the CAN bus nodes. I don't know where the CAN bus settings are. So there's new configs. Hat. Plus, add a new config. Oh my God. Fastest baud rate. And then where do I add the bus itself? It would need to be like detected, I think. Because here it's looking for just a CAN. So that's in the CAN bus tools. Okay, so now I need to learn how to use the CAN, but not this one. It's the other one. I got to close that so I don't come back to it. This one we don't need. This one we don't need. That one's junk, but that's a good buffer zone. There's our hat. Here's what we're doing. That's Node-RED. Okay, we don't need to worry about that. CAN utils, I think, is the one that we need to be looking for. Sometimes the gear in the node takes you to a prerequisite. I think this one is expecting. What about CAN read? I can read. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. I thought that adding a new CAN config, but then it requires a CAN to be on a pull down. And we can look at the example, I guess. I think there's an example on the GitHub, but I think I need. Well, do I need to drop like a text in there in order to do the settings? I don't think that's how it works. Because it's not, it's like a secret node. What's the red? What happened? Brink GG just subbed. Hell yeah. Thank you, Brink GG. May ye old CAN bus be blessed. These are words that I'm saying a lot, and we're going to reach semantic satiation very quickly so that they will be completely meaningless to us. But thank you, BriGG, for 32 months. I really appreciate that very much. I think I'm up to date. Yes, I am. Yeah, so, okay, so we're missing like a couple steps here. I love how they just, like, here, just install the utilities and now just use these. There's a config, but then we have write and read. Yeah, it's... oh, you're thinking I need to hit the pencil. Okay, maybe that's what it is. It's grayed out. It's grayed out. Add a new CAN config. It's the plus that I need. And it won't let me unless it's probably, I probably have to define it for the Raspberry Pi. I think that's it. I think what I need to do is use the CAN utilities and maybe define what it is, and then Node-RED will find it. Because right now the Raspberry Pi has no idea that its MISO and MOSI are hooked up to a CAN bus element. There's nothing to tell it that. So I think that's what I need to do, is define it in the Raspberry Pi, which I think is what the CAN utilities are for. CAN dump, CAN player, CAN send, CAN gen, CAN sequence, CAN sniffer. Sniff, sniff, sniff. CAN access via IP sockets. No, we don't want that. Socket CAN documentation. Oh boy. This is a lot. I think we're close though. That's not what we're looking. This is all how to install. I am looking for Kickstarter guide. Let's see. CAN J1939 on Linux. Prepare using vCAN. Wait a sec. Now we've just skipped over to something else. CAN 0. Wait, what the hell? Mod probe. When CAN J1393, Jesus Christ. Create a virtual CAN 0 device and start the device. So commands like this, I think I need to use in order to define CAN 0. But this is IP link. I don't want that. So let's see. CAN hat Raspberry Pi example. Using Pi 5 interface, CAN hat RS485. While using the serial port for getting data, BMS packets, some data is missing. It's probably because it's slow. That's what Silly Russell is saying. I need tutorial, not example. Just tutorial. God, AI is the worst. All right. Well, WaveShare might point us in the right direction, maybe. Okay, got the hardware. We already did that. Sudo wget their stuff. Install Wiren GPI. This is the wrong thing. This is not what we're looking for. Config.txt firmware. Insert the module into the Raspberry Pi. Modify the startup script config to run virus.exe. Bookworm Ubuntu. Add the following file. SPI on. There we go. That's what we need to do. So this is what I need. I need this on the startup. Oh, wait a sec. Mine might be slower. Wait. I wonder if I'll be able to get this to be as fast. So this is actually what I need to be running, because we've got the 8. We've got the old one. Yeah, we have to enable SPI to get it to actually work. That is a very blurry image. Reboot is performed. Make sure both sides of the Raspberry Pi are handheld, blah, blah, blah. Sudo IP link set CAN 0 uptight bitrate. Wait, why IP link, though? And then there's more kernel commits. Oh, geez, this is exactly what I needed. Directly for the WaveShare site. Okay, that's so much better. Okay, so we got to do this. I have to do this. End your CAN, or sorry, Node-RED. End Node-RED. so sudo nano /boot /config.txt. CAN bus is kind of Ethernet. Does it work on the same? Because that's what people were saying earlier. I don't know enough about IPv4 or 5 or 6 or whatever the fuck. I don't know enough about it. Sudo nano boot firmware or just config? I think it's just configs test. The file you're looking for has moved to firmware config test. Okay. Control X. There we go. Enable SPI. Run as fast firmware boot boards allowed. Overscan VC drivers. DT param SPI on. SPI is on. DT overlay. Frequency 2. Frequency 2. I hope that doesn't mean that we're going to have like a buggy experience with this. Cool. That didn't work. Cool. Oh, it did. How many? Did you guys get a count of how many zeros? There you go. DT overlay, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, grab the right oscillator line. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's the 12 one. We want this one. Whoopsies. There's so many zeros in that. It's irresponsible. Okay, right click. And then it doesn't show you it at first. It has to like phase it in. Okay, so. Control W. I don't think I need to search anything. I think we've got everything we want. Run the command to see if the initialization was... Okay, so we can do save and exit. It's Control O to write. Yeah, line wrapping in is weird. Write to file. Oh, so we can just Control X. All right, let's hit escape or Control C for cancel. And then we just Control X and save the modified buffer. Yes. And then do I hit enter here? It's asking me for format, append, browse, backup. I think I just hit enter. Okay. Whew. Okay, we're getting there. All right, sudo reboot. Sudo reboot. Yeah. It'll be back in a minute. Won't it? I can't believe I overwrit one of my drives on my computer. I'm such an idiot. Fuck. That was my Stream Archive drive that we flashed with Raspberry Pi stuff by accident. And the problem is I thought it was a 4 gigabyte SD card, not a 4 terabyte drive. Yeah, that was much earlier. I'm not too broken up about it because honestly, I don't need the Stream Archives anymore, and those drives are expensive, and I'm not popular enough. Plus, we're dual streaming to YouTube, so that's where the archives really are. Are we back yet? Should be back by now. Let's check. Searching for host. It's doing a lot right now. Beep, boop, beep. Anything going on in the hat? I just have a power light. Reconnect. There we go. Yeah, it's not fully formatted. It took it like a half second to do. So disk drill, I'll open that up in a tab because that's disk or disk drill. Clever files. I think I need to find a legitimate. There we go. Oh my God. Every time I see free download from Clever Files, it's like, I don't know, man. Do I already have it on here? Wait. Disk drill. Nope. All right. Well, I'll have to look at that later. The free tier. Okay. Yeah, because it seems like if it just writes back the header information and hopefully it didn't lose any file names. No, I don't use the 4K thing on YouTube. dmessage grep can SPI. Let's try that. Yoink. All right, there it is. Successfully initialized. So supposedly, because we edited the startup files, I can go to this node. I'm gonna hit refresh on that. All right, we can go to can write, double click. So we still need to add a new can config. It still doesn't see the right CAN bus. Fuck. You son of a bitch. It should be able to see it though, because that's in there. Ah. Now we're already in the configure node area. I'm gonna have to look up what Seed wants me to do, because Seed probably linked it up in a specific way. Because yeah, we've got our stuff. Oh, does it need to be opened up? Well, the Pi says CAN device driver interface, MCP25X, CAN 0, MCP25 successfully initialized. If you're using another CAN device, make sure that the lines H, H, and LL are connected. Okay, yeah, we've got that. I mean, yeah, so this is calling it CAN 0. What other commands do we have here? ifconfig. I don't have that. Sudo IP link set CAN 0 up type CAN bitrate. If config. All right, let's try that. Ethernet 0, LO, WLAN. So we don't have CAN 0 in the if config stuff. So IP link set CAN 0 type bitrate probably won't. Yeah, 33.3% is too high. What do you mean? So do I need to do this then? Please check the modules connected, whether to enable SPI kernel driver, whether the reboot's performed, make sure that both sides of the Raspberry Pi are handled this way, connect the H and the L. I don't have anything connected to it, but it should still, yeah, it's not open. So do I need to run this every single time? Oh, that's not the right one. TXQ length. Okay. Sudo if config can 0. I see. Well, then why is the error the bitrate? Maybe I need to lower the bitrate. But this is... bitrate error 33.3% is too high. Oh man, this is complicated. I like we should be able to figure this out. It's just there's a lot of holes in the knowledge here. Can 0 uptype bitrate, and then it yells at me for that bitrate. It says I can't do it. And I also don't have anything to communicate with it right now. It seems like we're pretty close though. We're getting close. It's our clock is also 8 megahertz. So what did this thing they had us set up before? SPI max frequency is 10 billion. That's what, 100K, and this one's 200K? Yeah. 2 million? So I guess their newer shield can go faster. Great. I'm already on old busted hardware. It's fine. I'm sure this is fast enough for our stuff. I've configured can 0 up, but it doesn't like this. So if I set it for much slower, we'll go an order of magnitude slower. That worked. And then if I set this one up for a big buffer, and then I set ifconfig to have it up, and I run ifconfig, can 0 up here. Okay, so now that that's there, are we running Node-RED right now? Looks like we are. Okay, so I need to close Node-RED. Well, let's just see. Is it magically? No, it's not magic. Okay, cancel that. Let's have it start up again. Stay on the page. Node-RED stop. Node-RED start. Loading palette. All right, let's see. What do we got? Reload. Leave the page. Starting up. Can write. Choose your warrior. Nothing. Disappointed. Okay, let's see here. Now we go back to the Seeed Studio module because we're on the Waveshare module. The Seeed Studio is the nodes we're using. I like how it's to install, just do the install through node or install it with these commands that also didn't install it. Did not install it. I feel rage incoming. There might be. You can install canutils on your terminal by returning the following command. That's fine. Then they skip everything about the can ID that we were going to use, and somehow everything suddenly works. Can ID and data parameters can be filled in to filter the contents of the actual packets. Select the filter option. Fill in the can ID and the data number. Custom naming. Configure and select can interface and baud rate. I feel like we've done that, and Node-RED seems to be unaware of what we were doing, and so I can't seem to select CAN bus. So let's see if anybody else is having troubles with this. Wave share can. Well, this can is already all over this thing, but we'll just try. This is the tutorial that I was looking at initially. Or no, never mind. Brief info about CAN bus. What the hell's that thing? CAN enabled high-speed exchange between ECUs, allowing them to share information. CAN bus technology, many advantages. Getting started with CAN bus. Node-RED contrib socket CAN. Wait, huh? Wait. Node-RED contrib socket CAN. Maybe that's what I need. You can start building flows that read data from the CAN bus network, process it, etc. Find information here. Well, what the heck is socket CAN, first of all? Direct access. Please keep the sudo apt CAN utils. Sudo IP links, set CAN 0 up, type CAN bitrate. Yeah, we did that. We did, I believe, the TX length. And then we didn't do IP links set CAN 0 up. But we did get to this part. Driver, GitHub, don't need that. We got our SPI thing up, or whatever, data thing. Open the import nodes window by clicking the setting button. Copy the following JSON. What? Oh, this is just an example of. And this gives you a new flow for socket CAN. Maybe I should be doing socket CAN. Maybe all the Seed Studio, whatever. Yeah, wasn't that the one with issues? It might have been. But then I got the specific Seed Studio version. Yeah, contrib socket CAN. But could I do it through Node-RED? 6 months ago is the last update. Oh man. But I feel like we got pretty far along, so I don't know why we're not seeing it in the Node-RED thing, which is maybe the Seed Studio thing was having. What the hell is this? This is a huge text file that I have no interest in looking at. So if I were to, where did our Node-RED go? Here it is. If I were to add socket CAN here. Oh, that's install. Socket CAN, Node-RED nodes for socket CAN. Let's get it. Set of Node-REDs for socket CAN utilities. Oh, so people have like other. There's socket CAN. The one I'm in. Interesting. So there's like offshoots of this so that you can use the utilities as well. Let's just see if this one fails. Oh, what a pain in the butt. I had a plan at the beginning of this, but then everything kind of diverted in a weird direction. So just because tools were old, I didn't check to see what the latest and greatest of everything was. The plan here, if you do not know, is that we are going to have a singular CAN bus, and Node-RED will be able to read the statuses of various things on that CAN bus and then create their own output CAN commands to either affect different things or to have multiple HID devices as well as OpenFFB, which speaks CAN, to hit buttons on a joystick into a hub that'll go into the PC. So when I plug in the PC, it'll be a couple different HID devices. And then if I go into the Node-RED flow, I can literally just take button statuses and plug them into other button statuses on the other side. Also, if I have a USB accessory, I can plug that in and use Node-RED with the USB accessory to directly read all of the stuff on there. Although I'll probably want to convert everything into CAN bus anyway, because it'll be a faster protocol. Did that? Okay, it is installed. Why is it not deployed? Whoa, okay, let's go back up. Did it not? There's socket CAN. And it has 3 nodes. Where are they? Oh, it's probably alphabetical. No, it's not. Socket CAN out, socket CAN in. God, that is an ugly color. Okay, new socket CAN configuration. Interface. Is it VCAN 0? How in the world? I don't know what happened there. I don't know what that means. Okay. Just CAN 0. Connected, CAN 0. I don't have any CAN bus messages to send it, so presumably, if I sent a CAN signal into this, I would receive it there. I don't know, all the stuff that I'm reading, they were talking about like filtering messages and stuff, and I don't see anything that might help me with that. So I need something like a CAN system that I can plug into. So we'll figure that out next time, I guess. It seems like it is able to connect to CAN 0 as it is defined in the things that we just ran, those commands. I'm not certain if those commands are going to run at boot. Sorry, I'm hiccuping. I just had to pause for that. I don't want to like do blatant hiccups into the microphone, but stomach is starting to feel emptied. Anywho, all that stuff that we just did, we were able to establish that there is like a CAN 0, right? CAN 0 up here from ifconfig. So this was registered using these commands, the sudo ip-link setup CAN 0 bitrate and stuff. I'm a little wary because the Seeed Studio tools had a baud rate on it. This didn't. It's just basically whatever's set up in ifconfig. So that presumably is working with the hat, the Waveshare hat that we have to do all of that stuff, the RS-485 as well as the CAN stuff, and get all that crumbling away and sending messages. The only problem is I don't have anything else to hook up to this thing. So until I can find some other kind of CAN device, we don't know whether or not it's fully working all the way into Node-RED. The whole point of this is we're trying to set this whole thing up so that I can evaluate the speed of Node-RED, whether or not Node-RED is going to be fast enough in this CAN bus in order to pull apart a CAN packet, put it back together based on spaghetti, and then, yeah, do all that stuff. And I think maybe it's going to need to know the state of a button. Wire it up to your hot end. Yeah, the printer's way over there, though. I can't get to it right now. But I should wire it up to something so that I can see whether or not we're getting packets into Node-RED. I think what I can do is when the socket for the... Well, actually, I mean, one thing that we might be able to do is just give this thing 12 volts and see what it spits out. I think that's what we probably should do. That'll make my $20 purchase of this semi-broken car computer worth it. This thing has a couple scratches on the PCB, and I think maybe it'll still work, but if we hook this Mamma Jamma up to a big old 12-volt supply and then just monitor CAN bus, we should get a couple little communications out of it. It would be kind of nice if I could use this for adjusting the steering wheel, but I don't really know what the relays are going to be configured like. It might be a little weird, and then I don't know what it's like with this thing all messed up. It would be funny to have two computers in there, but yeah, I don't know. But I think when this thing wakes up, it's probably going to want to like look around to see if there's another, if a CAN bus is connected to it. So I think we'll be able to vet out whether or not our Node-RED stuff is actually communicating by hooking it up to the car computer. And then we'll be able to see if we get an initial power up, you know, burst of blursted information. Notwithstanding, if that doesn't work, we can whip up a microcontroller to do the CAN communications. That should be much easier than this. This is very difficult. This is very Raspberry Pi E. So if I reboot this device, what happens? I just want to test that before we leave. Call to reboot failed. Sudo reboot. Server's dead. I hope I don't need to, we'll run an if config once it lets me back into console here. Searching for host. Don't search for host. Okay, bye. I hate this program. It's a good program. I just wish it didn't do that. There's probably a setting. Log in. Do it. Do it. Do it. Okay. Doesn't like it. Give it more time. Did it look like I hit the Xbox in the corner of the program? No, I hit the Xbox on the reconnect dialog. Jerks. Go. Boop. Boop, boop. Yeah, see, it doesn't have CAN 0 again. I am pretty much talking to my, that's what streaming is. So I need to figure out getting it to register CAN 0 every time it boots, because that's its job, right? It's going to be connected to this permanently. That's a thing that I need to look at. All right, well, close the session. Man, what a day. And then this is probably, what does SocketCAN say? Wait, how are you connected to CAN 0? Does that just work now? That should not. No. WLAN 0, ETH 0, and LO. Loopback. So this thing is lying to me. Unless it just thinks that it's connected and it's not actually connected. That doesn't make any sense. There's something wrong. Oh, really? Has that been, that's been frozen for a long time, huh? YouTube chat is not in the overlay. Wait a second. It said that it connected. Oh, did it associate with the wrong channel? Is that what happened? Yeah, because that's supposed to be my YouTube chat. All right, let's try again. Well, I'm actually ending. I'm sorry, YouTube. Let me go over to live streaming over here. Yeah, like my YouTube is not moved. So yeah, so YouTube is apparently working and overlaying unless it directs to a different. Let me refresh this page and see what happens. Yeah, there it is. It's in there. I had almost 6 viewers at one point. Crazy. That was probably when I deleted my whole fucking hard drive. So mad. I'm so mad. I can't believe I tanked a whole hard drive. All right. virtual cam, virtual can, a VCAN. Yeah, maybe that means virtual can. Yeah, guys, today we made a bit of progress, but okay, it is directing to the right one. We made a bit of progress, but I kind of like messed stuff up pretty hard. So we'll be back on Thursday. Thursday we'll be back, and probably more with this stuff. I'm probably going to have to either hook it up to the car seat, computer, or we can throw a microcontroller at it and see if things still work. Because we did a lot of like discombobulated things that I think might not be speaking to one another. I think maybe that one can thing that we installed isn't necessarily pointed towards the right thing, and I don't know how to do that. I think no matter what I put in that box, it might just say, hey, that's great. But when we had VCAN 0, it said it didn't connect. But when we put in CAN 0, it connected. But then it didn't show up after a reboot. What's connecting? What's going on? These are questions that I need to answer, and in order to answer them, we need something that's trying to communicate with CAN bus so that we can see data coming in and out. But yeah, we'll work on that Wednesday. I think we made some good progress. I'm sad about what I did to my stupid hard drive, so I have to see whether or not I can recover it, or if I even have the energy to do that. I'm not sure, because I don't really need anything on that hard drive, to be honest. Anyway, I will be back. In the meantime, you guys can check out the Discord. There's a command in chat to view the Discord link. My social medias have all gotten hacked except for Discord, so whatever. And I'm not going on X because that place is just fucking shit. So I'm going to go walk the corgi. It's probably dark out. Oh my God, it's like dark out. And I will catch you all later. Have a good one. Goodbye. Goodbye for a day. Where's the button? I need the button.